Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities for Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means, and council members and the public may participate by either method. Any members joining electronically are reminded to enable video to confirm quorum. The meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube, and meeting progress will be updated on X and Threads at Van City Clerk. Though due to new posting limits, updates will only cover essential items such as vote results. Speakers are encouraged to monitor the live stream to track meeting progress, but please note it's slightly delayed. Please call in or arrive soon after receiving your reminder email so you're ready when your name is called. In the case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are two exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the chamber. Do not use the elevator and please use the stairs instead. If you require assistance, remain where you are, and security staff will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside the chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land, and we look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I would also like to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Meisner in the chair. Councillor Kirby Young is on a leave of absence for civic business from 4 p.m. onwards. Councillor Dominato on a leave of absence from 12 p.m. onwards. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for you're here?
I am present.
Yes,
Thank
you. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum. Chair Meisner.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Clerk, it's Mayor Sim. I'm online as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I've noted that.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have a proclamation today. Mayor Sim, I'm not sure if you were intending to read that or if you would like me to read the proclamation, given I'm in the chamber. What do you prefer? Mayor Sim.
Chair, why don't you go ahead and read the proclamation?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so again, good morning, everyone. My council colleagues and I would like to welcome you to the chamber this morning for the reading of the official proclamation for World Refugee Day. Since 2008, the City of Vancouver has recognized World Refugee Day as an official celebration and observance. It draws attention to the experiences and challenges facing refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, and undocumented persons. Designated by the United Nations and observed annually on June 20th, World Refugee Day honors refugees around the globe. It also serves as an opportunity to affirm the rights, dignity, and aspirations of displaced people everywhere. This year's theme, Stand with Refugees Until Everyone is Safe, emphasizes the universal right to seek safety and reminds us that the well-being of communities is bound to the protection and inclusion of the most vulnerable among us. Today, more than 123 million people worldwide have been forcibly displaced from their homes because of conflict, persecution, human rights violations, and humanitarian crises. A small number of these individuals make harrowing journeys and arrive at our doorstep to seek asylum. The City of Vancouver is proud to stand in solidarity with these newcomers and recognize the courage, resilience, and hope that they bring to our communities. The city also recognizes the vital work of settlement agencies, community organizations, housing providers, volunteers, and advocates who support refugee families as they rebuild their lives. Before I ask my fellow councillors to join me in reading the proclamation, I would also like to acknowledge our community leader and guest today, Katya, who will say a few words after the proclamation is read. Katya is the Community Engagement Director at the Multi-Agency Partnership. MAP, or MAP, is a unique coalition of over 45 government and nonprofit organizations in British Columbia that collaborates to support refugee claimants with housing, legal navigation, healthcare, education, and employment. Her work focuses on strengthening community capacity and advancing integration through education, cross-sector collaboration, and trauma-informed, human rights-based approaches that promote equity, belonging, and opportunity. So I'd now like to invite my fellow councillors up to the podium to read the proclamation and proclaim June 20th, 2026 as World Refugee Day in the City of Vancouver. So if councillors could please join me at the front with the podium.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner, and welcome to our guests. We're very privileged to have you join us this morning, and grateful that we get to start the day off together in this way. So we are going to read the official proclamation for World Refugee Day, and I'm going to start on my right, and all the councillors will participate.
World Refugee Day. Whereas the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted a resolution naming June 20th as World Refugee Day to celebrate and recognize the courage, strength, and contributions of refugees throughout the world.
And whereas the United Nations estimates that in 2025, over 117.3 million people worldwide, or 1 out of every 70 people, are forcibly displaced as a result of persecution, conflict, natural disaster, human rights violations, or events seriously disturbing public order, the most at any point in human history.
And whereas humanity is witnessing the highest levels of internally displaced people on record, and these figures continue to rise as more people flee each year, adding to the numbers of those who have been living in displacement and have not yet achieved a durable solution.
And whereas at least 4.4 million people worldwide are currently stateless, having been denied a nationality and lacking access to basic rights such as education, healthcare, employment, and freedom of movement. And more than 8.4 million people globally are currently seeking asylum as they flee conflict, persecution, and instability.
And whereas Canada has a long-standing tradition of providing refuge to persons in need of protection and is a signatory to the 1951 United Nations Convention relating to the status of refugees and its 1967 protocol. In 2026, the international community will mark the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Refugee Convention.
And whereas more than 173,000 asylum claims were made across Canada in 2024, the highest number on record. In 2025, more than 108,000 claims were received, including 8,000 in British Columbia, reflecting continued pressure on provincial support systems and settlement services. And whereas the City of Vancouver has adopted an inclusive vision and value statement that, quote, Vancouver is a city where immigrants and refugees have the best opportunities to become an integral part of the social, economic, and cultural fabric of civic life.
And whereas the City of Vancouver's access to city services without fear policy is our most significant policy contribution to supporting refugees and asylum seekers, and whereas the City of Vancouver and its people continue to welcome refugees and make resources available for them and their families to begin anew. I, Sarah Kirby-Young, on behalf of Mayor Ken Sim, Mayor of Vancouver, and all Vancouver City Council, do hereby proclaim June 20th, 2026 as World Refugee Day. Anybody, would you like to come up and join us? Katja?
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning. Like they said, my name is Katia Avalos. I'm the Community Engagement Director for the Multi-Agency Partnership of BC. Those figures are actually outdated. We now have over 100 members across the province of BC who are agencies or individuals that support and work with and for refugee claimants. So World Refugee Day is a day to honor all refugees, and whether they've come to Canada as government-sponsored, privately sponsored, or asylum seekers, all of them face very high barriers. And I know that the first years, having experienced them myself, are very hard. MAP's work focuses on asylum seekers and refugee claimants, and those statistics and the numbers that we hear a lot of the times in the media seem to be alarmist and a bit high, but the reality is that Canada only sees a very small proportion of asylum seekers compared to other countries around the world. And we're standing at a time where conflicts seem to be proliferating every single day. And the list of countries that Canada does not remove individuals to because of the humanitarian conditions of those countries keep growing. It's a very long list. Some of those countries have been there for decades. And we also know that a lot of those countries are the countries that produce most refugees, and many of them come to Canada to seek protection. Coming to Canada is a very complicated thing, and people make harrowing journeys. I'll give you an example. Somebody from Afghanistan who's fleeing the Taliban might in the past have been able to get a humanitarian visa to travel to Brazil and then cross the entire American continent by foot, dealing with crossing jungles, rivers, deserts, dealing with human traffickers and gangs and cartels that prey on them. And so just having that image on your mind should make you think about the sacrifices and the complicated pathways that people make to come to Canada. And unfortunately, we're standing at a time when policies keep creating barriers for those individuals, whether they're arriving here by land or whether they're already in Canada, increased barriers to legal access to protection. And so that's very important that the city of Vancouver is doing this work at a time when, the barriers keep increasing and supports seem to be lowering. So we would like to recognize and thank you for the work that you do, especially in the Access Without Fear and to racism policies, because these new laws are creating a population of individuals with precarious status or with no status, and the services and benefits that they're able to access are very small. And so having this policy that allows them to access services in the city of Vancouver is wonderful. And just a little bit about the work that we do. And when I say we, I mean the agencies that make up the MAP community. They're very incredibly dedicated individuals who work to make the lives of refugee claimants a little bit easier, to give them support and comfort as they start new lives in a country that they're unfamiliar with. And so a lot of the time that work also comes with a lot of emotional and mental health costs for the staff that do the support and work alongside refugees. And so I'd also like to acknowledge the individuals and thank the individuals that do this work to support refugees at a time where it feels like the support that they have is dwindling away. And I would like to invite next my colleague, Sara Lopez, to say a few words as well.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, everyone here. Thank you, Council, for this proclamation. As a person with lived experience, I arrived in Canada in 2025 to seek refugee protection. No, 2012, sorry. To seek refugee protection. And unfortunately, I was sent to provincial jail by CBSA. So I was here in a few years ago in this place speaking about how and why it was important to stop using provincial jails to incarcerate asylum seekers and immigrants in this country. Thanks to the City Council that approved that motion, now the whole country is not using provincial jails anymore. So thank you for your work. and I trust in exactly this access without fear and city because I experienced that. Thank you so much. And now I'm part of the community that support Katia work as I work on Kimbray's Community Society. We are based in East Vancouver, very small organization that provide a transitional housing for asylum seekers and refugee claimants, as well as a national program named My Refugee Claim that is a public legal education for those that are seeking protection in Canada in partnership with the Immigration and Refugee Board. And they are presenting the stage of what they will expect during the refugee hearing. And we are part of this job, supporting thousands of people from around the world, providing interpreters and information that is very needed. Thank you so much.
Right.
Sorry, thank you. So one more thing to note is that, as Sara said, there's individuals across this country who are facing these higher barriers. So we want to thank the work that Kimbray's does on a national level to provide legal education and information for asylum seekers and refugee claimants. And I think that people tend to think of refugees as something that's happening now, something new. And we need to recognize that refugees have been coming to Canada for generations, and they form part of Canadian history and have contributed to Canadian society for decades. So when we think of refugees today, just remember that in a few years or in a few decades, them and their children will be as Canadian as you and me, and will have contributed with their lived experience, with their talents, with their great contributions to this country.
All right, can we get a photo?
Thanks, everyone. Okay, plan for today. The plan for today is to break at noon for lunch, return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. And if needed, recess at 5 p.m. for dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. So the committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 1, 4, and 5 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. We will hold report 2 to hear the staff presentation and report 3 to hear from speakers. The committee may adopt the recommendations for report 1, 4, and 5 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of the items for debate or questions to team members? Okay, not seeing anyone. Yep. So before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now's the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Not seeing anybody. So we do have report 1, 4, and 5 on the consent agenda. That's been moved by Councillor Kirby-Young. Any seconder? Councillor Klassen, thank you.
Second.
All those in favor say yay. Okay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay.
Yay.
Okay. I believe that was a yay online.
Yep.
Okay,
Yay.
the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So the following have been approved on consent. Report 1, Downtown East Side Plan Implementation Grant Program Allocation 2026. Report 4, Contract Award for Contractor Services for LED Streetlight Rollout Phase 2. And Report 5, Contract Award for Supply and Delivery of Garbage and Green Carts. Okay, just a moment here and while I get to report 2. Okay, so report number 2 is the City of Vancouver UNDRIP Task Force Annual Report. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now's the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, this item has a presentation and we have team members here to present this item this morning.
Thank you, Council. I'll invite Councillor Dennis Thomas and Councillor Kim Guerin to open us up today.
Good morning. Good morning. Before we get into some of the opening remarks, I just want to open up with a song just to ground us in the journey that we've always been working on for the last 5 years. So this one is called our nature song, and it speaks to the 4 stages of life, the 4 directions, the 4 seasonal rounds that we all, understand. We have the winter. We do a lot of thinking in-house community, a lot of transferring of knowledge, and then spring and summer comes. That's when we're going out to the broader communities to create stronger alliances and mutual respect and relationships. But we're also sharing the journey along with you. And we are committed to that journey to this day and for the many years moving forward. Oh, hilo, hilo, oh, hilo, hilo, ha, he la, ha, 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 he la, ha, he. Oh, hilo, hilo, oh, hilo, hilo, ha, 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 he la, ha, he. Ha, 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 he la, ha, he. OCM Heizapka.
Soyala Antha Lumtanot, Antha Kimalena Garin. I am from the Musqueam Nation. I'm an elected councillor and I'm really pleased to be before you this morning. I wish to acknowledge that our communities are very much connected by strong blood ties. That my grandmother comes from the Tsleil-Waututh First Nation. My paternal grandfather comes from the Squamish First Nation. My grandfathers come from the Musqueam Nation. That our people occupied and cared for this beautiful place that's now called Vancouver by following the laws, the ways, the policies, the respect for the land to care for this place in a way that ensured our continuity. So we're super pleased to be with you today.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you for that beautiful welcome and the song. I don't know about others, but I needed that this morning. So I really appreciate you starting us off in a good way. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you both. So good morning, everybody. I want to begin by welcoming our UNDRIP Task Force intergovernmental members who are all joining us today. And I see we have a full chamber of folks coming in, which is wonderful to see, with representation from Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Your presence reflects the spirit of what is a first-of-a-kind government-to-government partnership that is creating meaningful and lasting impact to shape our city's cultural, social, environmental, and economic future. We very gratefully acknowledge, and I'm sorry with a cold if I do not pronounce this as beautifully as it should be, Kayam Palano. Thank you. I had that earlier, but I'm a little constrained today. Kayam Palano and Howard Grant of Musqueam, who passed on March 29th, 2026. I think we all knew Howard. It was hard not to be, I'm going to go off script a little bit here and just say it was hard not to feel his warm welcome every time I saw him, and his presence, and how kind and generous he was in sharing his stories and perspective and cultural insights and language, and how I think he did just a fantastic job of being a representative of the spirit of what we're all trying to accomplish here. I'm really grateful for that. Howard was visionary, he was brave, and he was a steadfast leader in this work. His immense knowledge, wisdom, and integrity were invaluable in guiding the UNDRIP task force in Vancouver and in setting an example for others to follow that I believe, and I know that others share this sentiment, will live on and be a guiding light for all of us. So today, this morning, Council will receive the 2025 UNDRIP Annual Report on the implementation of our MSTV UNDRIP Action Plan. This covers the full year from January to December. I will note that this is our second annual progress report to City Council, and today we aim to paint a fuller picture of the progress we have been making together, our commitments, and what the road ahead looks like. I will note also that the report has been endorsed by the UNDRIP Intergovernmental Table. It is shared with the councils of all partner nations. In addition to the UNDRIP annual report, staff will provide council with updates on two important areas of the related work, being our reconciliation framework and our ongoing Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls Two-Spirit Plus response. Both of these are connected to the commitments that we have collectively made to uphold and to continually honor Indigenous rights. It was personally really important to me, and having the privilege of serving as co-chair for this work together in partnership with the nations, that we share with the public what this work looks like. And we think that by sharing that as an opportunity to bring people through this and to increase understanding of what it is the work is really about. Today, we'll move through today's presentation in 5 overarching parts. First of all, staff will ground the presentation in the recommendations that are before Council, centering everything that follows in the specific decisions that are before you today. In Part 1, Nation Council members on the UNDRIP Task Force will cover the background and the Council directions that shape this work, how the implementation has actually unfolded on the ground, and the full 2025 progress report. Staff will also highlight the interconnectedness between the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples articles, Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit Plus People Calls to Justice and Truth and Reconciliation Commission Calls to Action, showcasing this through parts 2 and 3 of the presentation. We will also take the opportunity to share progress on urban Indigenous engagement and on adoption of the framework across various city departments. And then finally, we will conclude by speaking directly to what the outcomes are that have been achieved so far and where we are headed. So I'm looking forward to a very fulsome update this morning, and I invite you to soak in the good progress that has been made. Thank you.
The recommendations that staff have before Council today are to receive for information the 3 reports we present: the 2026 UNDRIP Action Plan Annual Report, the 2026 Annual Reconciliation Report, and an update on the progress of the MMIWG 2S Plus response work. And I'll turn it back over to my friend from Tsleil-Waututh Nation.
Awesome, thank you. So often when we look at snatchwash, a canoe, it can mean many, many things for our people. It represents us today that we're on this journey together. And journeys aren't always A to B, linear. They're meandering. And sometimes you're against headwinds, a storm, big wakes, but it's how we all paddle together in that canoe that get us through that challenge. and eventually to the end goal. It also is used to paddling together in sync. There's no lily dipping, we call it. We're actually in synchronized, and we're able to paddle as one. If we're out of sync, you're paddling the weight of the entire canoe with all the people in it. But what we're doing is we're making strong progress, and that means we're in sync, and we're able to overcome such barriers. When we also look at the people that are in the canoe, we often reflect it's the nations, it's our partnership, it's the 4 governments, all have a seat in that canoe. It also can represent all of the steering committee, the task force, all of the wonderful team of our nations, but also the City of Vancouver staff that helped move this report along. And it's to provide that vessel, that harmony, and that good spirit and good energy of the work that we're all doing. Some seats might be empty. It's not because we didn't have enough paddlers. It's because we're also honoring our ancestors. They are on the journey with us and helping us guide us. And in that spirit, I thank Councillor Young for mentioning Kaya Pilano. If we look at the journey that we've been on together with the City of Vancouver, it's been over 5 years ago. And certain councils change, and same with city councilors change. And there's a few of us that are on from the very beginning, and I'm one of them. And I learned so much from Kaya Pilano. And I must say, he's still in this room. He's helping us guide. He's helping us go through this process. And he has one of his descendants here, his grandson, Connor Grant. So in a way, Howard is still here guiding us. And I wanted to just honor that and say that. This beautiful canoe graphic design was created by Tsleil-Waututh member Olivia George. And again, just to provide that cultural guidance of the journey that we're embarking on. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that. When we go, I know some of you have already seen this in some of our other presentations, but again, it's a backgrounder. In September 2007, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, known as UNDRIP. This declaration outlines the universal human rights as they apply to the unique situations of Indigenous peoples of the world. This document was developed through intense negotiations over a 25-year period at the United Nations and represents minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. UNDRIP addresses both individual and collective rights, covering cultural rights and identity, rights to education, health, employment, language, and the right of Indigenous peoples to remain distinct and pursue their own priorities in economic, social, and cultural well-being and development. UNDRIP does not create new rights, but rather recognizes rights that have always been existed and that are inherent. This slide highlights the city's early foundational work on UNDRIP. In 2022, the UNDRIP task force developed the city's strategic strategy identifying 79 calls to action. I must say, it's also very special and unique to say that this, was momentous for us. It was a trajectory of it being the first in the world and known as the City of Reconciliation. And that's always great to be reminded of the great successes that we have done together. The work laid the groundwork for a coordinated citywide approach to implementing UNDRIP. Working from the UNDRIP strategy, the task force developed the first 5-year UNDRIP action plan. The action plan sequenced 32 priority actions for implementation between 2024 and 2028. This marked the transition from commitment and planning into structured implementation. The focus throughout has been always on co-development, mutual respect, relationship building, and accountability. On this slide is our governance structure. What makes this distinct is not just what we are doing, it is how we are doing it. While councils from all 4 partners remain ultimately the decision makers for the respective offices and communities, we are working on a consensus-based model to implement shared goals that drive benefits for all communities. This model runs from the elected level all the way through operational staff. The intergovernmental table brings together elected representatives from all four partners, meeting quarterly to provide direction and oversight. The city is represented by councillors Sarah Kirby-Young, Clausen, Zhao, and Orr, alongside two elected leaders from each of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, including colleagues joining us here today. Senior staff from all four partners form the steering committee, meeting monthly to translate intergovernmental table direction into coordinated work plans, manage reporting, and track outcomes. Doing the day-to-day work are 18 action groups, staff teams with technical and operational expertise drawn from all four partners, each focused on a specific action group and deliverables within the plan, turning a commitment into concrete outputs. And internally, the city maintains a robust corporate coordinated table focusing on efficiency and coordination. Senior staff champions and implementation leads from every department, including Vancouver Parks Board, Vancouver Public Library, and Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, meet quarterly to align on implementation and continuously strengthen our internal processes. This structure is what makes sustained, accountable progress possible.
The action groups involve Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Vancouver staff from all departments and all areas of expertise. The action plan includes deliverables related to intergovernmental relations, education, economic development, housing, culture, environment, communications, and public safety. Each action group is coordinated by city staff, with nation staff being fully involved in the planning, development, and implementation of each deliverable. Action groups meet regularly as required by their respective deliverables, including unique relationship building exercises like community walking tours and external expert guest speakers. The City of Vancouver released its first UNDRIP annual report in June 2025. That report showcased the progress during the first 6 months of the implementation from June to December 2024. Annual reporting provides council and the public with a clear picture of what progress has been made, where the work is still underway. Today's report will be the first report that covers the full calendar year of this implementation from January to December 2025. Together, these reports support consistent public awareness, council oversight, and long-term alignment with UNDRIP commitments. In the spring of 2024, all four councils endorsed the UNDRIP action plan for 2024 to 2028. 2025 marked the first full year of implementation, moving us from planning into practice. Action groups have made meaningful progress, completing draft frameworks, piloting new processes, developing new content and resources that embed UNDRIP principles into city work. In late 2025, action groups undertook a formal annual review of their action charters. This allowed groups to right-size the timelines, clarify outcomes, and ensure the work is achievable and well-sequenced. Importantly, progress is being built on stronger relationships and increased trust, allowing the city and Indigenous partners to work in co-development model and on shared deliverables. Overall, this year reflects a shift from commitment to sustained relationship-based implementation. Reading the annual report is intended to be simple and clear. This report is intentionally aligned with last year's format, making it easier to track year-over-year progress. It provides a high-level progress overview and action group-specific updates on deliverables. For each action group, the report outlines what work has been completed to date and what the next steps are moving forward. Progress is assessed across very different types of work using a 5-stage progress indicator, recognizing that implementation looks different across policy, service delivery, and relationship-based work. The in-progress category has been refined further, now distinguishing between initial, mid-phase, and closing stages for greater transparency, clarity. Sapka.
I also want to just, in case people are wondering, we are missing some of our relatives from the Squamish Nation. Just wanted to let you know that they send their regrets. They're in an all-day council, but they're here in spirit and commitment to this relationship. Thank you, Auntie, for sharing those great words and updates. So here we have the progress indicator developed, lays out 5 progress stages based on where each action group falls within the process of collaboration and delivering outputs and outcomes. As you can see, the scale from stage 1, laying the groundwork, including introductory relationships, development, internal inventory, and scoping through various stages of planning, development, and implementation to end of building on accomplishments, and where we envision our teams collaboratively monitoring and improving upon successes. We have tried to emphasize through this progress indicator how crucial partnerships is to this work and our intention to follow through on our goals and build continuous improvement into each output and outcome. The next slides, this is a great analytical slides for all of us, like graphics. This graphic shows status and deliverables across all action groups, reflecting the diversity of work areas. Some action groups, such as the very first one, capacity building, training, and governance, are further along due to their earlier groundwork. Others are in scoping or sequencing phases, particularly where work depends on internal capacities, partner readiness, co-development timelines, broader system changes. Importantly, slower progress does not indicate lack of effort. It reflects deliberate pacing, relationship-based decision-making, the need to align with Indigenous partners rather than rushing deliverables. This view allows the task force to see where momentum is strong and where additional time, coordination, and support may be needed. Overall, the program is assessed at stage 3, working together, paddling together, signaling active collaboration, and advanced from earlier stages of planning. Of the 88 total deliverables, 11 are complete, 33 are in progress, and 4 are in scoping. 25 deliverables have been intentionally sequenced for later, often to ensure proper alignment with the nation's and city initiatives. A smaller number of deliverables are in revision or partner review, pause due to capacity dependencies, or to redirect resources, for example, FIFA activities. Referred directly to partners, specifically our partners at the VPD. Taken together, this reflects a realistic implementation approach, one that prioritizes careful consideration, relationship building, and collaboration over speed. This snapshot shows steady forward momentum on our shared goals. This bar graph represents the year-over-year progress from the first 6 months of implementation in 2024 to the first full year of implementation in 2025. 7 more deliverables were completed in 2025, nearly 4 times increase from the previous year. The in-progress indicator stayed flat at 31, despite completing 8 more items than the prior year. Our active in-progress pipeline did not shrink. New items entered the active queue from scoping stage, suggesting a sustained way of advancing work. Deliverables in scoping dropped from 24 to just 4, which means roughly 20 deliverables that were exploratory in 2024-2025 got assigned an active status and in 2025-2026 as a sign of planning maturity. Some of the deliverables in scoping were resequenced or paused to maintain capacities among all partners. We'd like to highlight some work to date that has already began impacting our city and our city outputs. You know, celebrating milestones and short wins and recognize them are always good to hear. And it shows the progress that we are all collectively doing. We gained momentum on multiple MST-led housing projects, garnered learnings from mutually successful projects to improve future agreements with the local nations. We worked together to revise the staff training we need as City of Reconciliation, focused on practical, locally relevant training with offerings appropriate to staff in various role types. We began imagining how the city's Indigenous procurement policy can create new opportunities and shared prosperity. We continue to work together to protect the unique cultural heritage of the city, find ways to respectfully share with all residents and preserve it for future generations. We also collaborated on communication and storytelling to bring residents and visitors to Vancouver along with us on our work and our journey. I'll pass it on. Thank you.
So, moving forward, today 17 of the 18 action groups remain fully active in 2026 and continue to build on the strong foundations, progressing actions across all areas from planning to active development work. Work on major events is temporarily paused, of course, to redirect staff capacity to FIFA, World Cup planning. And the collaboration with Musqueam Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh on FIFA will certainly serve as an instructive pilot to help inform the development of major events, deliverables, post-games, and further reinforce Vancouver as an events destination that is unmatched. The UNDRIP Task Force continues to convene quarterly at the intergovernmental table level, where elected officials endorse and approve the reports, policies, and frameworks that are advanced by the steering committee, which is comprised of senior staff from MSTV. This multi-tiered governance structure ensures that the shared commitments are being translated into tangible, measurable outputs and outcomes. Our truest measure of progress, of course, will always be the concrete impact that is experienced by Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh members and urban Indigenous residents of Vancouver, and of course, all Vancouver residents who will share in this positive legacy. The leadership and actions that are driving this work have not only advanced our intended deliverables, but have also built momentum across the city, embedding Indigenous priorities and needs within projects and departments, and setting a precedent for other initiatives to follow.
As part of the UNDRIP strategy, we're also advancing urban Indigenous engagement and urban Indigenous involvement in city planning and work. As part of this Action Group 2, Urban Indigenous Engagement, we have developed an urban Indigenous engagement strategy to better engage and connect with urban Indigenous residents in the city. The team has held 4 engagements and 1 final summit between November 2023 and October 2024 with urban Indigenous people and organizations who live and work in Vancouver. After each engagement, we debrief with both participants and staff to drive continuous improvement. Several teams have piloted the framework successfully in 2025, including the ODP team, as well as various teams involved in city plan work. Next steps for 2026, including finalizing and officially launching the Urban Indigenous Engagement Framework. Staff training is already underway with our Senior Manager of Urban Indigenous Engagement. As a result of our work with urban Indigenous communities, we've developed a full framework, which provides a coordinated approach for city departments to engage with Indigenous people living in Vancouver. Ultimately, this framework is a living document, one that will evolve through ongoing collaboration, reflection, and feedback. It is designed to support the city's journey towards reconciliation by fostering respect for relationships, empowering Indigenous leadership, and creating space for Indigenous people to shape the future in Vancouver. We wanted to highlight some of the feedback we received from participants in our Urban Indigenous Engagement Framework. While some Indigenous participants were initially uncertain of the direction of the framework, we have seen progress towards folks becoming more involved in understanding of how we intend to do work together. By bringing Indigenous ways of knowing and protocol, including witnessing ceremonies, into our event planning and reporting, we have built stronger trust with many participants. Some people who were initially the most uncertain have since thanked us for helping staff create a more respectful, accessible, and culturally safe engagement process. Turning to our reconciliation report, we wanted to highlight the interconnection of the work streams between our MMIWG2S Plus response, our UNDRIP task force, and our response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. As you can see, sort of illustrated here, these are mutual reinforcing initiatives. So UNDRIP calls on member states both to address gender-based violence and to take part in truth and reconciliation processes, while MMIWG2S Plus response recognizes the need for UNDRIP as a framework for Indigenous rights, and also the legacy of the residential school system in how gender-based violence plays out in Indigenous communities. Similarly, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission addresses gender-based violence and recognizes UNDRIP as the framework for reconciliation. Activities falling under the reconciliation framework outside of the direct current scope of the UNDRIP task force are summarized in Appendix C of the report we've presented for Council. The annual reconciliation report has been consolidated into UNDRIP annual report to improve coordination of public communication and accountability. And this is the second year of the reports being merged. As city work is increasingly aligned to our overarching UNDRIP strategy, the streamlining of reporting will continue to improve. What's outlined in the reconciliation report is substantial work and commitment of all city departments, and community members to advancing the work of reconciliation. It outlines more than 100 initiatives supporting our goal of being a city of reconciliation. We've highlighted some of illustrative examples of initiatives underway from the city, trying to give an idea of the breadth of the type of work that we're discussing here. One example is ACCS provided approximately $1.3 million in funding support to support community-based reconciliation initiatives as part of social policy operating and project grants. Vancouver Parks Board and Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services facilitated over a dozen ceremonial fires to safely support cultural practice for Indigenous community members. Real Estate and Facilities Management commissioned local Indigenous artists to integrate Indigenous artwork into the Peony Amphitheatre renewal. Park Board partnered with Provincial Health Association of BC and Luma Medical to install an Indigenous pharmacy garden at John Hendry Park. Teams in our social policy partnered with ANYA, NVIT, and the province on Urban Indigenous Youth Education Project, an Indigenous-led mixed-use development including community services, post-secondary education, childcare, and social housing. We also facilitated multiple trainings for city staff on Indigenous engagement, cultural sensitivity, and reconciliation leadership across PDS, planning development, engineering, and development and business licensing. I'll now turn it over to our Senior Manager, Urban Indigenous Relations, to introduce the MMIWG2S Plus response report.
Hello, Buju. Tansei Kakikawia Gizigatik Sagasta Sali Rachel Watani Nishinakas Magwadodem Kitchename Kosa Benenawag and Donje Migwet Haichka Haitsapka Tamasquim Squamish and Slavelteth and to council. I just want to introduce, there's a couple of my advisory members that have come with me here. So we have Skundal Bernie Williams, who actually runs Moccasin Mafia, and will be doing outreach during FIFA. We also have Anita McPhee. She has a law degree. She facilitated all of our urban Indigenous engagement. She teaches lateral kindness, Real Deadly Warriors here. We have Marlene Jack from Chislata Nation. She has been searching for her family since the 90s and has advanced the investigation this year with news hopefully coming out of some good news. Really big advocate and support for all of our work. And Amanda Nahaney from Squamish Nation, and she's also Nishka. And she's the person who got me working at the City of Vancouver. When I first had lunch with her, I said, where should I work? I was offered all these she said, we need you to work at the city. You can do a really good job here. So I just want to thank you, Miigwech Haichka, and they can stand up here with me. Yeah, so thank you so much for having me here today. I just want to talk about the response report that we put out in 2022. It highlights key actions. So our update highlights key actions that were undertaken to serve as the foundation for municipal implementation of the calls for justice and the Red Woman Rising recommendations. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So the response report includes 7 main recommendations, and underneath there's 38 sub-recommendations that we're going to be highlighting here. So many of the sub-recommendations have been complete, but all of the section won't be marked as complete until all of the recommendations in that section are completed. So last year, we noted that we would report like a full comprehensive report of all the recommendations, and due to staff capacity changes in the last year, we weren't able to advance that. But what we're doing is we're scoping a citywide database so that we can quarterly input reconciliation, UNDRIP, well, they're already doing UNDRIP, but MMIW G2S. And the reason why is because something like Sau Center or Balmoral might be it might be reported in reconciliation and then in MMIW G2S. It's just a way to streamline that so that you could see what recommendations are actually aligning with all 3 reports. Okay, so 4.1, this recommendation advances the development of a coordinated cross-departmental approach to implementing the calls for justice and the Red Woman Rising recommendations. The intent is to prove safety, accountability, and outcomes for Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit by embedding these commitments consistently across city departments. This also supports greater alignment between existing city frameworks, plans, and reporting processes. Current implementation efforts include ongoing coordination, pilot initiatives, and integration of related frameworks across departments, and a couple key actions underway include the Sau Center, which we talked about briefly, but it's an Aboriginal Land Trust Society owned mixed-use development. Actually, Lindsay and I saw it the other day. It was really amazing. Hopefully, we can show you guys some pictures soon. It's a 4,000 square foot center, which will deliver trauma-informed Indigenous healing services for families and survivors. And the city prepaid a 10-year lease for that place. So the city will, for next steps for this year, we will work in collaboration with Aboriginal Land Trust to identify and select an operator to run the Sau Center, and that actually application is open right now for people to apply to run that center. It will support the transition from service delivery and ensure the space is Indigenous-led and responsive to the needs of survivors and families. And the other place is the Balmoral. It's on Hastings. I don't remember the address exactly, but it's close to the Carnegie Center, just kind of across the street there. And so significant process, and I have a picture of that in the next slide, but it's a really amazing space. We went there. I just want to hang out there and kind of have a coffee and maybe do some work. So what we'll do for 2026 is we'll recruit and hire an Indigenous coordinator to lead programming and activation of this space with a focus on culturally safe, survivor-centered, and community-driven approaches. It's for Indigenous people, but anybody in the community can come. So the impact on safety that it creates culturally safe, Indigenous-led, survivor-centered spaces that support healing, connection, and access to service for MMIW G2S survivors, families, and the broader community. They even have little garden plots so people can come and do gardening there. It's really amazing. And so early outcomes are increased visibility of Indigenous-led survivor-focused priorities within city work. Here's a nice picture of the space right there. And up on the top, those little posters, you can see what's happening throughout the week and within the spaces. So that's a covered area. And so lots of activities go on this space. As you can see on the top right, there's a stage there for people to do performances, and especially young people who are starting out in their musical career could use that as a space to perform and to practice. There's a lot of spaces for people to sit around and visit and then do lots of activities. Come visit sometime if you like. I'll meet you there. Okay, so this is a really exciting one. This is actually a response to protocol for missing murdered Indigenous women and girls. That was what we asked for. And so what we did is we developed and piloted a missing person alert protocol across 12 city departments. We implemented the pilot 7 times, enabling prompt coordinated dissemination, which was initiated by the VPD. So when the VPD has a missing person alert that's ready for the public, it will go to us, and we will disseminate it across city departments, and all kinds of staff have it that are on the front line, and even staff that are not on the front line that want to participate. Go back to my notes because I'm freestyling. Okay, so what we will do for the next steps for 2026 is finalize a privacy impact assessment. And the reason why it's really important that we do that is because we don't want staff to compromise the privacy of somebody. So for example, an alert goes out, it gets posted to social media, it never gets taken down, and now that person's privacy could be compromised in the future opportunities. So we are working on the privacy impact assessment, and we will be doing training for staff on how to respond to the alert and launch the alert protocol this year. So the impact on safety is that it enables timely, coordinated dissemination of missing person alerts across city departments. The reason why it's called missing person alert, that's like the draft name. We're going to come up with a really good name, but we will search for, Indigenous people will search for any missing person. You don't have to be an Indigenous woman, girl, even though that we are the most missing and murdered in Canada, but we will look for anybody. And this alert has been activated with all populations. We found 2 people within hours of the alert. So city staff found 2 people within hours of the alert being disseminated. So it's working. It expands the reach of that critical information through frontline staff networks, supporting faster community awareness. And one example is like the people at the Parks Board. I just did a presentation to them. So the people who are in the parks doing like gardening and all that type of stuff, they see people and they may not know that somebody's missing, and they might see something that they think maybe, oh, like maybe that person needs help, but not really sure. If they get the missing person alert, then there's instructions 1, 2, 3. This is how you respond. Okay, let's go to the next slide. I could talk about that all day. Financial issues, capacity, sustainability, and accountability. This is in progress. So we streamlined the use of the handshake protocol within the honorarium policy when working with Indigenous partners. And we've got really good feedback from Indigenous people that they appreciate the protocol being implemented. And guidelines and resources were developed to support city staff to work in culturally appropriate ways with Indigenous partners by providing guidance for opening ceremonies, welcoming protocols, and local healing practices. So we're reducing barriers by reinforcing equitable and transparent recognition practices. So what we're doing is we're creating for 2026 a step-by-step training guide outlining best practices for applying the handshake protocol and honorary policy consistently across departments. What we're finding is that people are still not sure exactly how to do this protocol, because it's an Indigenous way of knowing that we're now using in this system. So the impact on safety, that it supports trust building through respectful and consistent application of Indigenous protocols. It reduces barriers to participation by reinforcing equitable and transparent honorary and recognition practices. This is an example of one that could be reported across UNDRIP, reconciliation, and MMIWG2S. It was also reported in equity. So the final slide here is the strategic priorities and way forward. So reconciliation, UNDRIP, and the calls for justice are all important resources that city staff can access to further their professional development. Implementation of the response report recommendations applicable to the city in a coordinated citywide response will ensure impacts are felt intergenerationally by Indigenous community, and especially Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. So the way forward includes finalizing and launching the missing person alert protocol and giving it a name, delivering staff training sessions on the alert protocol in collaboration with the BPD, missing person unit, and then delivering staff training sessions on the Urban Indigenous Engagement Framework, continuing to strengthen alignment between Reconciliation, UNDRIP, and MMIWG2S, and support staff with consistent application of MMIWG2S related tools, protocols, and evaluation approaches. Miigwech Haichka, and I'll just give my advisory a chance to say something if you would like to share. Thank you so much.
Hochka Osiam, Tanoya, Payalwit, Wanaswit, Nail to Aunt Shaman Soka Shaman, to you all respected people. My ancestral name is Shaman Sot. I come from the Squamish and Nisgat Nation. Feels extremely good in my heart to be here today. Extremely honored to be a part of this team and to work on this murdered and I get a little emotional. Murdered and Missing Indigenous Peoples Advisory. Thank you for allowing us to have our table, share our voice, share our concerns, but also share our expertise in this field that we are the experts that know how to find our people. We know how to work all these different systems and work through all these different barriers that are in our way. So we do this on behalf of our families, of our children, our grandchildren, and it's important to us that our communities are safe, but we want people who live in our communities and our territories to feel safe. Hoichikosi.
Koskuya, Ushia, Chicholona Hotia, Gutama Justini, Tagishkwan Justini, and my English name is Anita McPhee, and I'm Teltan. I'm from a remote community up in Telegraph Creek. I wanted to share how effective this process has been and how effective it's been being part of the MMIWG advisory group to the city of Vancouver, especially for someone like myself who comes from a really remote community. If you had to drive there, it would take 3 days to get to northern British Columbia. I had a nephew go missing once, and thanks to people like Scundal and our advisory team, my nephew was found within 2 hours. I want to remind you that, we're really grateful that the city supports us in looking for our people because we're highly vulnerable in the city of Vancouver. Our people come down from up north sometimes and they go missing, sometimes for whatever circumstances that happens. But it also, when families go families have people who go missing, they don't have the resources to find them. Sometimes they don't know where to go. They don't know where to start. And I'm so grateful that we have people like Moccasin Mafia. And I'm grateful that the city of Vancouver has invested in helping find our people and also the missing persons protocol, so I'm really grateful. I just want to let you know that, it works. And, when it comes to looking for our people, thank you for that investment. Madhu.
I just want to say my traditional name is Jad, which means Golden Spruce Woman. I come from a small village in Hatigwai. I also want to echo what our sisters have said. My hands go up to the city. I want to say since Moccasin Mafia has been around since COVID, I get very emotional because if it wasn't for the city trusting our team, we have rescued in over almost close to 5 years, 33 men and women from the downtown east side area down there. And we're going to be taking on a little bit different endeavor June 11th with Moccasin Mafia / Vigil Antis. We'll be out on the front lines again. And without your support in supporting us and just being there, it's been a real journey. And again, my hands go up to all of you for, trusting the process with us and walking with us. And I want to acknowledge our elder here and our brother here too for the kind words. But I want to say again, because this is so important, and to Rachel and Michelle, and also to Pete, who's been there with us many times on the front lines. Sometimes you feel like you're just bashing your head against the wall in that. But again, I just want to say to you again.
That's all, Miigwech. Thank you so much for having us here.
We'll close simply by acknowledging how humbling it is to work with the incredible Indigenous leaders we get to work with. Our gratitude to all of our colleagues and friends from the local nation and from urban Indigenous community. And with that, we'll turn it back to Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone, for being here today and for your powerful words. We deeply appreciate them. Committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of our team members. Are there any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. No decision is required on this item, as the report is for information only. And that completes report 2. Thanks, everyone, for being here today.
Okay, Council, we're going to resume. We're now moving on to, sorry, report 3 of our agenda. It's a report back giving effects to cooling rights in a climate emergency through the licensed bylaw. Before we begin this agenda item, does anyone have a conflict of interest? If so, please declare it now. Seeing none. This item does have a team member presentation. I believe roughly 8 slides. I'll turn it over to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, good morning. My name is Sarah Hicks. I'm the Chief License Inspector, and I'm here today to present for your consideration recommendations that prohibit landlords from restricting renters from using portable air conditioner units when cooling isn't otherwise available. I am here today with colleagues from DBL as well as from our Planning Strategic Programs staff who can answer questions later. In November of 2025, Council passed a motion directing staff to explore regulations to prohibit landlords from restricting or limiting a tenant from using a portable cooling device when no air conditioning is provided, and to also consider how regulations may impact strata units and the types of enforcement tools available and a potential appeals process. So hot weather, especially prolonged extreme heat events, can result in negative health outcomes. Extreme heat events are becoming more frequent and intense due to climate change. Most notably was the BC heat dome that occurred in 2021, where we saw an unprecedented high temperatures across the province. There were 619 heat-related deaths that occurred during that 2021 heat dome, 98% of which occurred within indoor homes without adequate cooling systems. This incident and others have brought the issue of cooling rights for tenants forward as an important discussion. A study done in partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health and the BC Centre for Disease Control found that renters, particularly in multi-unit residential buildings, face more barriers in keeping their homes cool. Tenants frequently reported barriers to installing air conditioning units compared to those who own their homes. In 2024, the BC government updated the BC Building Code to include cooling requirements for all new builds. These requirements were also implemented in 2025 in the Vancouver Building Bylaw to harmonize with those changes. Up to this point, there are no equivalent requirements in place for cooling for existing residential housing in Vancouver. So the purpose of the policy work was to explore options that would prevent landlords from prohibiting or restricting tenants from using portable cooling devices within a rental unit when cooling wasn't provided. We reviewed this work with the following guiding principles in mind: to protect tenant health and safety, to ensure clear and balanced landlord responsibilities, and avoiding regulatory duplication with other levels of government. Staff reviewed cooling and tenant health and safety regulations in 16 comparable jurisdictions, both in Canada as well as the United States. Most notably, 2 cities close to home are New Westminster and Port Moody, where regulations to prohibit landlords from restricting cooling devices have been implemented. Several other municipalities have established similar regulations to enable cooling. Other regulations include requirements for cooling in rental units with phased implementation, a requirement for a cooled common area in buildings, and requirements for landlords to maintain air conditioning where it is provided. 14 municipalities have set a maximum indoor temperature standards across homes, schools, and long-term care facilities. We also reviewed regulations at the provincial and state level. Most notable to this work was Ontario and Oregon, who have regulations that restrict landlords from disallowing portable cooling units. Staff conducted a consultation with industry stakeholders to gather feedback on the potential regulations. This included housing providers and operators, tenancy resources and advocacy groups, as well as sustainability experts. Stakeholders were generally supportive of cooling regulations, many citing the importance of enabling tenants to manage cooling when there are high indoor temperatures. Concerns raised related to increased air conditioning usage, citing added cost of utilities, potential issues if equipment is improperly installed or maintained, and possible limitations regarding electrical capacity and building upgrades. Some stakeholders also highlighted that non-market housing and single-room occupancy buildings could be especially challenged by compliance due to funding restraints and older building limitations, thus needing a pathway to support operators in achieving long-term solutions. The proposed regulations were identified by stakeholders as one of many approaches to reduce barriers for tenant health and safety for cooling. The main thing was supported was providing education and resources to complement the proposed regulations. Staff have developed recommendations in the report before you today that include prohibiting landlords from disallowing units with amendments to the license bylaw that would prevent landlords and building owners from restricting tenants from using portable cooling devices when cooling is not otherwise provided. These amendments include a fine amount of $1,000 in the ticket offenses bylaw and a regulatory exception for building owners and landlords where they are unable to reasonably comply due to the building capacity and infrastructure issues. Council does not have authority under the Vancouver Charter to regulate cooling in existing homes under its standards of maintenance powers. We are also requesting that the Mayor, on behalf of Council, send a letter to the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs to advocate for provincial regulations on prohibiting landlords and strata corporations from restricting tenants from using portable cooling devices, and request an update on progress towards enabling amendments to the Vancouver Charter for Council to have the ability to establish maximum indoor temperature standards. A provincial framework would establish a uniform standard, avoiding inconsistent rules and compliance expectations across municipalities. Should Council approve the regulations today, staff will provide educational materials and targeted extreme heat information that outlines how residents and building owners can help ensure resident safety and comfort in homes. Thank you for your time today. Staff are available for questions.
Thank you for the presentation this morning. Council members, if you have questions, please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Maloney, go ahead.
Thanks. So if a landlord thinks that they can't comply because of structural or safety or capacity issues, what's their course of action to apply for an exemption?
If a landlord believes that they're unable to comply with the regulation, they'll have to seek professional, certified professional services in order to validate the rationale, and then that information can be provided to staff in order to confirm and then put that information on the appropriate property file.
So if a landlord genuinely complies with the requirement to not prevent a tenant from using a portable air conditioning unit or applies for an exemption, they have nothing to fear from the $1,000 fine.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. What do you see any movement at a provincial level towards doing the things that the recommendations ask us to request from the province? That's very convoluted, but
at the moment, we have not received an update on the work to enable the Vancouver Charter to enable Council's ability to regulate maximum temperature, and we understand that the RTB is not currently pursuing these types of regulations across the RTA.
What are the options if a building lacks capacity or there are safety or structural issues? Are there funding options or financial assistance options at any level of government to help landlords retrofit their building to allow cooling devices to be used?
I don't have a comprehensive list of what those opportunities are. The city has recently provided funding towards some single-room occupancy buildings to enable a cool space within the building. Not each unit, but one space that would be maintained below 26 Celsius.
So that's still a gap that if a landlord gets an exemption for any of the specified reasons, it's really up to them. The tenants are a bit left out in terms of being able to use to establish a cool space within their building.
Yeah, these regulations do not require upgrades to infrastructure.
Yeah.
Hi, sorry, Rachel Booth, Senior Sustainability Specialist. I just wanted to mention that staff are scoping out other potential supports to help tenants in those situations. One example is a portable air conditioner assistance program. We're just at the early stages of scoping that in discussions with BC Hydro and the province, as well as doing several pilot programs looking at different types of mechanical and active cooling that tenants could use as alternative compliance.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks very much for the report. I wanted to follow up a little bit on the response or lack thereof from the province, following up on that line of questioning. You mentioned the RTB. I recall, sorry, I think the context at council when that came forward, I had brought a motion forward in response to extremely cold temperatures and strengthening the City of Vancouver's tools, particularly in SROs. There were some real issues on Granville Street at the time with people in freezing temperatures. And I think it was an amendment made by then Councillor Christine Boyle, now Minister of Housing. Have we had no response at all when he says not a priority for the RTB, but has there been no correspondence or communication from the Minister of Housing?
There was a response to a prior letter from council asking to amend the Vancouver Charter to enable the ability to regulate cooling. There was a response that indicated that that is not something that they are looking to do at this time, and that further work would be required on their part. And we are asking through this process for an update on where that process is.
Okay, but no context as to that was not something they were looking into this time? Because I remember at the time, then Councillor Boyle, now Minister Boyle, who has the direct ability to influence this, was very bullish on it. So any context as to why it is, quote, not a priority when 619 people died?
Unfortunately not, no.
Okay, it seems that additional advocacy is needed. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Seeing no one else in the queue, we're going to move to our registered speakers for today. Just a reminder that public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I'll ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Our first speaker on the is from a public body, and it's Michael Schwant from Vancouver Coastal Health. Welcome, Michael. You have 5 minutes to address council. Thank you.
If the clock's not ticking, could I just have the podium next time?
Oh, what's that? We're just going to get apparently the podium adjusted there for you.
Great, thanks. Thank you very much.
Good morning and welcome.
Hello, I'm Michael Schwant. I'm a medical health officer for the community of Vancouver, working for Vancouver Coastal Health. I also live in Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this report by City of Vancouver staff in support of the recommendations to Council. I've also submitted a letter to Council with a public health perspective on the report. As Council will know, Vancouver residents are experiencing increasing impacts of climate change, including more frequent extreme heat events and worsening wildfire smoke exposure. The Pacific Northwest Heat Dome of 2021 demonstrated the severity of these risks, tragically contributing to the deaths of 117 Vancouver residents. Now, the vast majority of these deaths occurred inside homes, primarily among people who did not have access to air conditioning. Research has consistently demonstrated that high indoor temperatures contribute to serious health impacts, including heat-related illness, worsening chronic medical conditions, and death. These risks are particularly important for older adults, people with disabilities, and people who live alone. Public cooling centers and community outreach are important protective measures, but cannot fully compensate for unsafe temperatures inside the home where people live. Now, the proposed bylaw amendment addresses a significant practical barrier to safety during heat waves. Approximately half of Vancouver households are renters, and tenants often have limited control over conditions within their homes. Engagement and research conducted in partnership between Vancouver Coastal Health, the City of Vancouver, and the BC Centre for Disease Control has identified that tenancy agreements can form significant barriers to the use of portable cooling devices. In some situations, tenancy agreements prevent residents from taking straightforward, evidence-based actions to reduce health risks during extreme heat events. To be specific, some of our neighbors risk eviction if they use air conditioning in their own homes. Now, there's often also an important connection between extreme heat, air conditioning, and wildfire smoke. During periods when both of these hazards occur at the same time, air conditioning helps residents to maintain safe indoor temperatures while keeping closed windows against outdoor smoke, as recommended by public health guidance. So supporting access to indoor cooling also can contribute to protection from multiple climate-related health risks. The bylaw amendment recommended by staff links closely to local health data and experience on a life and death issue in our community. It's a practical measure to protect Vancouver residents, including senior citizens, and can support residents to take reasonable steps to protect their own health. The City of Vancouver has developed many important initiatives for climate resilience. From a public health perspective, I encourage Council to adopt the proposed amendment as recommended by staff. I hope that these comments are helpful to you, and thank you very much for your time and your continued work to support the safety of Vancouver residents.
Thank you very much for addressing council today. Our next speaker is William Azaroff. And sorry, it's 3 minutes. I said 5 earlier, 3 minutes. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and Council. Thanks for this. My name is William Azaroff. I'm the CEO of Brightside Community Homes Foundation. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. This work is more timely than ever. Environment Canada has projected that 2026 is likely to be one of the hottest years on record. It's also, as was reported, the 5th anniversary of the 2021 heat dome, which led to 619 heat-related deaths in BC. The vast majority of these deaths were in people's own homes. And we know that the majority of the people who died were seniors, people living alone, and people with existing and previous health concerns. So it's clear that this is a life-saving policy, especially for vulnerable people. Now, at Brightside, we have a strategy to become net zero by 2035. And one benefit of that is that it'll introduce cooling into all of our buildings. But in the meantime, because that's still several years away, to keep tenants safe, we encourage residents to get their own AC units. And when BC Hydro is running a program to deliver free AC units, we encouraged our residents to take advantage. In fact, I had staff lugging them up flights of stairs to be able to get them to residents who needed them. And to be fair, we did worry that on a hot day when everyone ran their AC at once, it might trip the breakers. But that, in fact, never happened, and the electrical loads of the buildings, including some very old buildings, maintained. We live in an era of climate change, and most of our buildings in Vancouver weren't built for it. And over the long term, we will need to upgrade all of our buildings to keep people safe and comfortable during extreme heat. But in the meantime, we need stopgap measures now in place to save lives this summer. We wouldn't accept a landlord who refused to allow heating in a building, and we're used to cold weather. And now we're in an age where we can't allow landlords to refuse to allow cooling in buildings during the summer. Seems like a pretty minimal ask for landlords to just allow AC units. They're not expected to provide them. This motion will literally save lives. So I want to thank First United and Amanda Burrows for working on this report. I want to thank Councillors Maloney and Orr for bringing this forward, and to city staff for their report back. I encourage everyone to support this policy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Caitlin Stockwell by phone.
Hi, Council. My name is Caitlin Stockwell. I'm a Vancouver resident, climate advocate, and a person that benefits from cooling in my residence during hot summers. I'm speaking in support of the report back's recommendations to give effect to cooling rights for Vancouverites in a climate emergency, in particular by using the city's bylaw tools to remove barriers that prevent renters from cooling their homes. As Council is aware, and as we've all experienced, Vancouver is experiencing hotter summers, more frequent heat events, and longer periods of extreme temperatures. We've seen the real human cost incurred when people do not have access to cooling during extreme heat events. During the 2021 heat dome, 619 people died across British Columbia, including 117 Vancouver residents. 98% of those deaths occurred indoors, and most were in homes without adequate cooling systems, such as air conditioners. As identified in the report back, renters often face unique barriers to protecting themselves during heat events. The city's indoor heat study found that restrictive tenancy agreements and strata bylaws were among the most commonly reported barriers preventing people from cooling their homes. Over half of Vancouverites are renters, and we must address this. No one should be put at risk because a lease or building rule prevents them from keeping their home at a safe temperature. The report back provides practical recommendations to address this critical issue for health, safety, and for human rights. by proposing amendments to city bylaws to prevent landlords from prohibiting or restricting tenants from using portable cooling devices and proposing enforcement options through fines. Requiring health and safety standards in tenanted units is not a new concept. Landlords are required to install and keep smoke alarms in good working condition. We require landlords to keep units at a minimum temperature to keep people warm, and as our climate changes, access to cooling is increasingly becoming part of the same conversation. I urge Council to support the report back's recommendations and the recommendations of Vancouver's medical health officer to support cooling and housing and promote the safety and well-being of Vancouver residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sarah Marsden in person.
Morning, Chair and Council. My name is Sarah Marsden. I've been a lawyer for 20 years, and I'm the Director of Systems Change and Legal at First United. First United has been providing frontline services in Vancouver's downtown east side for over 140 years. I'm speaking today in support of the city staff recommendation to give effect to the right to cool by using the licensing bylaw and by advocating to the province to move forward on critical updates to provincial legislation to support safe indoor temperatures. This month marks the 5-year anniversary of the 2021 heat dome, in which at least 619 people died. Most of the people who died were already our most vulnerable neighbors, elders, seniors, people with disabilities, and people who lived in poor neighborhoods, people who lived in SROs and social housing. 98% of those who died indoors, many of them without access to functioning cooling equipment like air conditioners. These people should have been protected, and these deaths were preventable. Further studies from VCH and UBC have shown that tenants are most at risk and that landlords can and do refuse to allow cooling equipment to be used when it is necessary. Access to safe temperatures in one's home should not be a matter of landlord discretion. It should be a right. The 2021 heat dome was unprecedented when it happened, but events like this will become more and more common with climate change. Environment and Climate Change Canada says there's a 99% likelihood that this year will be hotter than every year on record prior to 2023. Clearly, the next heat dome is not a question of if, but when. And it could be as soon as this month. This council unanimously endorsed the right to cool and thermal safety in its November 2024 motion on advocating for climate-resilient housing standards, and the bylaw recommended by staff today provides the most direct path to action within the city's current jurisdiction. To be clear, allowing access to cooling equipment is not a complete response to extreme heat or climate change. It is one critical first step that the city can take now in the greater context of regulations on maximum temperatures, which have already been recognized in the BC Building Code and which are increasingly being brought into law, including most recently in New Westminster. The greater context must also include environmentally sustainable solutions like heat pumps and retrofits, passive cooling, protecting urban tree canopy, and expanding green infrastructure. Responding to extreme heat and reducing carbon emissions will require deep and long-term change, but because the risk to life is imminent, that change has to start with the actions we can take right now. The 2021 Death Review Panel report is dedicated to the surviving families, friends, and communities of those who died in the heat in their homes in 2021. And it says, may their memories endure in our actions to prevent similar deaths in the future. Council has the opportunity and the responsibility to take such action now. We implore you to move forward with this bylaw change and advocacy to the province as a matter of utmost urgency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Iona Bonamy in person.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Iona Bonamy, and my parents call me by my Chinese name, Tao Si Wing. I'm speaking in support of the recommendations of the staff report, and I want to thank staff for doing the work to put this report together. I remember the 2021 heat dome very clearly. My kids were 4 and 7 at the time, and we didn't have air conditioning in our home. As the temperatures soared to above 40 degrees and remained there one evening, I was seriously worried about the safety of our kids. Our home just felt like an oven. Luckily, my parents had a basement that was much cooler than our home, so we packed up our kids at around 10 p.m. and went to my parents' place, and we slept on their basement floor for the next 2 nights. We were lucky we were able to find an alternative place to stay. Many people don't have that luxury. And often older adults aren't able to determine their overheating until it's become a serious issue. That's why we lost over 100 people in this city in the 2021 heat dome. many of whom were seniors or people living alone. And as mentioned, we are marking the 5-year anniversary of the heat dome this month, and we're about to have another record-breaking year in temperatures this summer, which means our most vulnerable populations, including infants and seniors, will be at risk of serious health issues. This pattern of increasing temperatures will not stop, and with our aging population, we need to do more to protect them. Ensuring landlords cannot restrict the use of portable air conditioning units is one easy way to do that. I would also argue that requiring new buildings to be all electric and to have heat pumps is also an important way to do that. That's not the focus of this report. I encourage you to please approve these recommendations to help protect the residents inside their homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Amanda Burrows by phone.
Hello, it's Amanda Burrows, Executive Director, First United, a resident of Vancouver. I am a renter. I speak in support. I want to thank Council so much for continuing this important work, and certainly the city staff for such a thoughtful and incredible report. There's so much alignment here, and it truly brings me joy when we can find these moments with each other here. And especially when we're talking around safety, because like many people, I will never forget the heat dome. And as everyone is respectfully mentioning today, 619 people died in BC. And I really want us to continue to honor those lives, and let's hold their loved ones in our thoughts today. And during that time, it was scary. I'm sure you remember where you were. I was on the front lines in the downtown east side. People were unhoused. They had nowhere to escape the heat. People living in SROs were even coming outside because their rooms were too hot. And I remember this moment when a man approached me, and he was scared and sunburned, asking for help. And I frankly felt pretty helpless. But I handed him a water bottle and like a travel-size sunscreen and basically told him to hop on a bus to a library to keep cool. And at the same time, I was also lightheaded and dehydrated. Like my apartment had reached 38 degrees. I was a renter. I didn't have air conditioning. I also didn't want to leave my cat, like many of us, worried about our pets. But I also wanted to help our community. And really in those moments, you realize that climate change isn't coming, it's here. And while we know climate change will affect everyone, it won't affect everyone equally. Housing isn't neutral either. During the heat dome and every summer, my apartment was hot. Eventually, I was able to speak with my landlord and install air conditioning. Super grateful for my landlords. But not every renter has that option. There's a power imbalance, as we know, between the landlord and tenant. And no renter should have to negotiate or be banned from our right to keep cool or fear eviction. That's why this report matters. And at First United, we're so excited to open our new building. We're proud that it will serve as a cooling center during extreme heat and clean air refuge during wildfire smoke events. We built it this way because we know these events are no longer rare. We also know that long-term solutions will take time, climate-ready housing, retrofits with heat pumps, more shading in our neighborhoods. But today, this is so fantastic. You have this opportunity here and now to take a practical step. At our 5-year anniversary of the heat dome, which we will all remember and honor, we know it works. We know who is most vulnerable. We know which interventions save lives. I hope you will support the recommendations. I can't thank the staff enough for putting this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Andy Sawchuk. Oh, sorry, I skipped one. Josephine Schrott.
Hi. My name is Josephine Schrott. I'm a Senior Program Manager and Policy Analyst with a nonprofit called EcoTrust Canada. I'm also a resident of the City of Vancouver and speaking in support of these recommendations. Our team at EcoTrust Canada works on energy efficiency retrofits, so we really see the impacts of heating and cooling systems in people's homes and that can have on their health, quality of life, affordability. We have also researched this issue of overheating in depth as it's become very prominent and have reports with policy recommendations out on this. And one of those is the right to cool, both at the municipal and provincial level. So really happy to see this in the report here. I'm also a renter. I live in a top floor unit in an old apartment building. And even yesterday morning, for example, it was 20 degrees outside. It was 27 degrees in my apartment, despite having closed blinds and run a window fan overnight. So I share that to say that this is not an issue that's just limited to heat wave. Either it affects people all the time in the summer or on any warm day, and we know that this is continuously getting worse with climate change. So I too am lucky that I was finally able to install air conditioning. Otherwise, I just could not be in my apartment on warm days. And so I think prohibiting restrictions on cooling is a really good first step to ensure people are legally allowed to protect themselves in the heat. And as was mentioned, we also know that not everyone will be able to install cooling measures or afford to operate an air conditioner, especially if the building does overheat severely because it lacks shading and things like roof insulation and ventilation, or has a lot of unshaded windows, things that we know make things overheat quickly. So I'm also really happy to see this pursuit of a charter update for a maximum temperature standard. And I'll just close with, as others have mentioned, I think we agree it's not acceptable for people to freeze in their homes because of a lack of heating. And so it's just as unacceptable that people are suffering severe and potentially long-term health damages or dying in their homes because of overheating. So I'm so glad to see the city working to address that. And I think this report and these recommendations are great first steps that I hope you all support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker is Andy Sacha.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for letting me speak, and thanks so much to the council for addressing this very, very important issue. I'm a family doctor. I lived in Vancouver since 2010. I'm a member of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. I'm a parent. Climate change is a public health concern. It is real. It is here. Everyone's talking about the 2021 heat dome, which I also lived through and happily was able to protect myself and loved ones. And unfortunately, not everyone had that same access, and as we know, many, many people died. I think for all of us, preventable death is painful, and as someone who works every day to support many, many vulnerable patients, it's quite frankly heartbreaking and disheartening when there are practical solutions that we can do and that we can implement, even if they're not necessarily easy or what we have done in the past, and we don't do those things. And so I'm really grateful to these topics being discussed because the cost to life and wellness is real, and it is here, and it is, as you've heard, going to be getting worse, and the summers and it is quite dangerous. In addition to the human public health costs, there is a financial cost to our health systems. More ambulance call-outs, more emergency visits, more hospitalizations. These things are expensive. If we look outside of this, there's labor and productivity costs. The report from the Canadian Climate Institute in 2023 anticipated that the province would spend $100 million additional costs in healthcare over the next decade, and more than $12 billion in lives lost annually, specifically related to heat. So just again, this is something that is here and we can't deny, and we just must adapt. I think a lot about the people I support who are often quite isolated. Most of them are low income and who have a disability with lots of comorbidities, many Indigenous people, and folks who have a lot of barriers to advocating for themselves in their rental housing. And I think about the difference between heat-related death and very public and visceral experiences of the fires and the smoke air and the flooding. And someone dying quietly at home doesn't necessarily have the same impact, but it does for that individual and their family, and it does for us as a culture and society. And so I just want to take a moment around that. Many of my patients feel that systemically they are not being cared for and considered the way that those of us with more financial access and more privilege do. And I really just want to do what we can to make our lives better for all of us in the city, and not just those people in our home and so on. Sure. So I really just want to say I don't want less for my neighbors than I do for myself. I hope that none of us want this. Thinking about the population of refugees arriving in BC states, and by many refugee patients who are similarly living in very hot, very uncomfortable circumstances, which are bad for their health.
Thank you. I have to interject. Thank you for your time. That's your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. That's the end of our speakers list. Can I have someone to move the motion, please? Moved, seconded. It's moved and seconded. Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby-Young seconded. Council members, any discussion? Please put yourselves on the queue. Councillor Orr, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for this well thought out report. I think this is the first report that's come back from one of Councillor Maloney's and I's motions since being on council, so that's great to see. And also want to shout out to First United for all the work that they did on the motion and helping. Lots of talk, obviously, about the heat dome and where we were. I think when I moved the motion, or when I spoke to the motion, I talked about seeing a body in the downtown east side, outside Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden. That kind of underscores a lot of the work that people on the front lines are doing down there with handing out water bottles as well, and the importance of cooling kits and things like that. But as the report says, 98% of the people were indoors, and that's where this motion comes in. And a lot of people talked about not having AC. I didn't have AC at the time either. I was unable to afford it, so it's good to hear that there is some advocacy going on there to find a way to help people to afford AC units, and that's great. And it's great that we're catching up to New Westminster and Port Moody. And I also appreciate the regulatory exception for buildings that are unable to do so because of for whatever reason. And so thanks for all the work, and really appreciate it. Thanks.
Councillor Orr, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. 619 people died, 98% of which were reported as clearly preventable. And so I am very happy to support this report. I think that it was noteworthy that the City of Vancouver in 2025 has put cooling standards into new buildings. The challenge is always with existing ones. I'm satisfied that this report does address sort of rental buildings specifically in terms of tenants. We still have challenges, obviously, given different regulations and jurisdictions with strata, and particularly because the City of Vancouver is unique in having the Vancouver Charter, so that precludes us from being able to affect that change for putting the maximum indoor temperature standards in. But again, I'm hopeful that the current Minister of Housing, who has the absolute ability to move this forward and advocated for it when she was on council, will step up and enable the maximum temperature piece as well, because as was noted, cold temperatures people can freeze to death literally, but they can also just simply expire from the heat. So I'm happy to see us renew that advocacy, and hopefully we'll get a more fulsome response back from the province. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry, I'll advance you. Oops, I do that. There you go.
Yeah, I also remember full well the impacts of that heat dome when we were on council, and the impacts on our first responders, and how firefighters were struggling to find vehicles to get folks to hospital and to respite, and resorted to Ubers, and talking to some of the frontline folks who were traumatized by that experience, and of course the very people who were traumatized by that heat dome, and anticipating that there's more to come. This is prudent. I would like to see us move faster. I'm also still waiting and a little frustrated by some direction that we had approved on the standards of maintenance bylaw as far as air quality and mold, which I think is very relevant in this context. Obviously, ventilation, air conditioning, that kind of thing can exacerbate situations with mold, and is also a serious factor in air quality. And so I would hope that we, because that work has been stalled as far as I understand through some budget implications, but I would hope that that is work that we continue to advance, because it was approved by this council, it was directed by this council, and I do think that adding to this work the serious consideration around air quality, around mold, and the impacts on human health run hand in hand with this, and I hope we can see some advancement on that. But in the meantime, I'm appreciative of this work. Hopefully the province steps up and does some meaningful amendments to the Resident Tenancy Act to support this as well, province-wide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I'll just advance myself. I'll have to see the chair in this case to Deputy Mayor. Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to say that my colleagues, I think, have underscored the importance of this issue and the ability to cool and a changing climate and hotter and longer summers, and particularly in our urban environment here. And simply to add that, from my perspective, it becomes apparent that while we can undertake this, we have the ability to undertake this, that it does really make more sense for the province to adopt a policy framework and regulations around the ability to cool and not have it done in a patchwork manner, municipality by municipality. So I support and echo the comments around the table that we should be pursuing further advocacy of the provincial government, and that's where I would like to see some leadership. But I will support the report presented today. Thank you. Councillor Maloney, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much to staff for this work. Again, I'd like to acknowledge First United for helping so much with drafting the original motion. I remember when my family and I were renting an apartment in a strata building during the heat dome, and I grew up in an unair conditioned home in Australia, but with cross ventilation and tree shade, it was a lot more bearable than being in an apartment, an uncooled apartment. And my strata also has restrictions for the installation, the retrofitting of heat pumps. So I think my own experience demonstrates that there's a lot we need to do, and I think these report recommendations are a really good step towards recognising that a lot of Vancouver's buildings just haven't been built with heat in mind. They've been built to retain heat in winter, and they're just not built for getting rid of heat, and it accumulates day after day after day during even moderate levels of heat. And it's very necessary that we make these changes to make it possible for tenants, especially to cool their homes. So I'm really thrilled to hear broad support around council chambers for this. It's really wonderful. So let's get this passed and get on with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Stand of our speakers, call the question. Please vote online, and clerks will take a vote assist in favour, please. Those online, if you're voting, please make sure your cameras are enabled. Thank you. Thank you, Council. That passes unanimously. Clerks, just confirming we did pass on consent reports 4 and 5. Okay, so we've been moving straight into our member motions. I'll just give a minute for staff to clear. Thank you. Okay, Council, we're going to move on to motion 1, create efficiency, ridership, and equity. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before he introduces it, could I just confirm there's no conflicts of interest on this item? Hearing none, Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Vancouver is the 3rd busiest transit system in Canada. We move millions of people, and yet we are the only major Canadian city that doesn't have a low-income transit pass available to all ages. Halifax, Toronto, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Edmonton, Calgary all have one. TransLink raised fares 4% last year. They're raising them another 5% this year. And who feels that the most? It's the single parent trying to get to their second job. It's the young person who aged out of youth programs and can't afford a monthly pass. It's the person who has chosen between groceries and bus fare. And unfortunately, that's the reality for a lot of people in this city. Right now, TransLink's reduced fare program only covers seniors 65 and older and people with disabilities. Everyone else who's low income, they're on their own. TransLink staff themselves recommended back in 2024 that we explore a low-income pass. The matter was approved then. The estimate then sat somewhere between 60 million and 70. That number may have grown. With that, a more up-to-date study should be in order. What I'm putting forward today is practical. We're not asking for a blank check. We're asking for staff to work with TransLink to figure out what a $25 a month pass for people earning under $40,000 a year would look like, what it costs, how we share the costs, and how we get the province to come to the table. Because affordable transit isn't just a transit issue, it's a health issue, it's an economic issue, and it's a fairness issue. And it's long past time Vancouver caught up with the rest of the country.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Maloney. We'll now move to registered speakers, starting with, just before I go there, just a reminder, I see a few of you in the gallery, public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on our list. Our first speaker is Michael Peltzer. iPhone.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Prabi Diol. Sorry.
Not on the line.
Next speaker is Mathieu Yudon.
Hello?
Hi, good morning. You have 3 minutes to address council.
All right. Hi, Council Mayor. I'm supporting this motion. It's Matthew Eden. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I have to ask candidly if anyone on this council has actually been too broke to take the bus. Many of my friends have, and I have as well. It's a frustrating and humiliating experience to be trying to go to work or come home from work and not be able to even afford bus fare. And then you're hoping to get a free ride, and you're hoping to not get a ticket for the free ride, and it's humiliating. Like, has anyone ever had to wait 4 weeks for their first check? You have to hope that a free ride to the food bank, so you can get something for dinner, hopefully for lunch happens. You have to hope that sometimes you don't get a ticket from the police for doing this. The same police force that was formed by our province, the primary purpose of giving out enforcement tickets. And the irony isn't lost on me that those police officers are being paid over $100,000 a year to give struggling citizens like us and my friends and at one point myself who made under poverty wage ticket to pay really almost $300 because you're not making that 4-week cutoff for not being able to afford the $5. Further, we're not even punishing higher income drivers this way, as we don't give them anywhere near as much for a parking ticket. So this is really this part of enforcement on hoping you can get a ride under the current fare price, which more and more people are forced to take, is very unfair to the low-income earners. It's an asymmetrical policy. The one way I see we can easily correct that is with a low-income bus pass program in Vancouver, and I hope that council considers this and approves this motion. Thank you.
Calling in today. Our next speaker is Denzel John Ash by phone.
Hear me?
Good morning. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking in support of the motion. It's mostly a simple impact statement. Like many other low-income people, I cannot afford to use transit more than a few times per month. My husband does the same. We live in the West End, and he has a friend in East Vancouver, and a few times a year he walks there or rides his bike. I can't do that because I have disabilities. While the province has some provisions for people with disabilities, without family, money, and support, it's difficult to be recognized as a person with disabilities, even though they're very visible. I had to retire due to disabilities after age 60, but before age 65. My own income is fixed, and I have less than $500 per month after housing, but I'm not on social assistance. Have to consider and reject the, as of July, $7 cost to go to, say, Broadway or Main Street or Commercial Drive. I've fallen through the cracks. Lots of people fall through the cracks of the provincial program. In addition, there are so many people who just cannot afford to ride the bus. I have a friend raising young children on her own and working precariously from home. Even if her children do not have to pay, she can't afford to. Often people say they cannot pay and they're allowed to ride a bus, but risk a terrible fine even with that permission. Vancouver is expensive. Many people can't afford to live in the city but work here at minimum wage jobs in poverty, and they have no choice but to spend $201.55 of their scant income just to get to work. And these prices are increasing in July, putting transit out of the reach of many, many more people who are doing their best. I am lucky because I don't have to leave my neighborhood to go to the bank or to the doctor, to the library, but many are not so lucky. Please have some compassion and consider your fellow Vancouverites who cannot afford to drive as you do, who have no choice but to take the bus, but also cannot afford to do so. Public transit is a public service. It is not expected to make a profit, particularly to the detriment of the lives of the poorest residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our next speaker has withdrawn number 5. So speaker number 6 is Aman Chandi. Good morning.
Morning. Hi, my name is Amin. I'm here from Movement Metro Vancouver Transit Riders. I'm a South Vancouver resident and I'm speaking in support of this motion. Thank you, Councillor Orr, for bringing this motion forward. This is something we've been organizing for the past month, pushing to expand the BC bus program to all low-income people. Right now, people are really feeling the pressure. The cost of everything keeps going up, and there's a lot of folks. For a lot of folks, there's nothing left to cut. So even a 5% fare increase, some people might not notice it, but for others, it's significant. And people aren't asking for a handout. They're not lazy. People are trying to get to work, take care of their families. And affordable transit is one of the simplest ways we can actually support people in doing that in our communities. The reality is that we're behind. A lot of other major cities in Canada already have a broader low-income transit pass. And Vancouver is seen as a leader in a lot of ways in urban policy. And when it comes to affordability, we're falling behind. The reduced fare pilot program was a good step, but we need to build on that. People need something consistent, something permanent. And I'm asking you to support this motion and take a real step toward making transit more affordable for Vancouverites. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in today. Next speaker 7 is Ellen Kibble.
Speaker 7 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 8, Parker Mazal.
West End, and I would like to speak in favor of this motion today. I think it is absolutely unacceptable that we have one of the best transit cities in North America without actually having low-income people having the ability to afford taking the bus and the SkyTrain around our city. This affects their lives in many, many different ways, such as having to think about, hey, is me making this trip going to affect me financially? And this can apply in many different ways. People have to get all over the city. You are trying to get a job. You have to get all over the city to find job interviews and to go talk to potential employers. Taking a transit trip might mean thinking, hey, should I take this transit trip or should I eat dinner tonight? Or should I do my laundry, right? It is something that affects people in all sorts of different ways. And I think it is due time that we catch up with the rest of North America. I cede my time. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much for speaking today. Next speaker number 9 is Caitlin Stockwell.
Speaker 9 is not on the line.
Next speaker 10, Nilo Abrishami.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nilu Abishami, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the North Shore Women's Centre, a nonprofit in North Vancouver, where I'm also a resident of. I'm speaking in support of this motion. Thank you to Councillor Orr for bringing this forward. First, the cost of living is rising in Vancouver, as we know, every single year, even month. And transportation is such a crucial part of people's livelihoods.
whether it be going to work, as many have already said, taking their children to school, or just everyday needs, especially being in a metropolis. A robust transportation system is needed, and equitable access to these systems are essential. Having worked on the front lines with vulnerable members of our society, including those experiencing houselessness, gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, racialized individuals, and many others, I cannot stress how important having access to transit is. We, as an organization at the North Shore Women's Center, end up purchasing out-of-pocket transit passes for our clients all the time. And having a $25 low-income pass would be a game changer. Additionally, if we want to follow through with our commitments to lowering our city's carbon emissions, what better way than by directly investing into transit and making it more accessible and the preferred option? In regards to the process of allocating these low-income passes, I know that a lot of community nonprofits like ours are already hands-on in the referral process for different types of resources, including Quest Outreach Society, the nonprofit grocery markets that are helping with the food affordability crisis we're in right now. And many community nonprofits like ours have the structures and systems in place to support this rollout. And I can guarantee you that a low-income transit pass can drastically change the lives of so many vulnerable communities. Just want to say that equity means that everyone is seen and that we meet people where they're at to be able to ensure a fair and just society. And we have a lot of eyes on us right now, and I think that we must live up to our name and the great city that I know we are. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Laura Stannard.
Hi, good morning, Chair and members of Council. My name is Laura Stannard, and I'm speaking in support of this motion, even though I don't quite understand why these resolutions are again necessary, since Council already approved TransLink's recommendation for city staff to take most of these actions 2 years ago. The only reason I can come up with is that once again, the needs of low-income people are not given much priority in this council. Don't you think it's shameful that we are the only major Canadian city that has not created more equitable access to public transit? I truly hope you will rectify this oversight and support all these motions. I also hope that you'll ask TransLink to change the existing low-income disability pass to one which has the same look as other low-income passes. Why do we have to other people in the disability community, subjecting those with invisible disabilities to questioning and suspicions that they are cheating? In closing, I cannot imagine why you would not approve these rather modest resolutions. So again, I ask that you approve them again, this time with urgency and timelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in today. Speaker number 12, Nathan Davidovich. Good morning, Nathan.
Thank you, Chair and Councillors. My name is Nathan Davidovich, and I'm supporting Councillor Sean Orr's motion. The big question is how we got to be the most expensive and the most unfair transit fares in BC and Canada. Well, 50% of the regional transit ridership is in the city of Vancouver. However, we have very little control over our transit system, especially since 2008. Prior to 2008, we had 3 city councillors on the TransLink board. We have 0 now. There are other problems created by the late Vancouver councillor George Pule, who was the chair of the GVRD and TransLink. Without solving these problems via a new TransLink Act, nothing much will be achieved. Since 2017, there have been many promises to fix TransLink, but nothing has been done. Bus service in Vancouver will continue to deteriorate as it has since 1999, when TransLink took over from BC Transit. Transit ridership per capita will continue to decline. It was 100 in 2019, and it's down to 75 transit trips per person on the average in 2025. Your staff yesterday, when they gave you an update, They never gave you these figures. I wonder why. But nobody's talking about the bad transit plan like Transport 2050, which is an unambitious plan. Nobody except the city of Surrey. They managed to put this item on the agenda of the June 25th, 2026 Mayor's Council. Surrey has a report on bus service improvements. Vancouver doesn't have such a report. So how are you going to come to that meeting without any knowledge or any advocacy to get things improved? Well, the main problem is in Vancouver is that we have very few politicians that are pro-transit, and unless we change that in the election, I presume in October, then nothing much will happen because the staff cannot advocate for us because they are inexperienced, and as the the Victoria Time columnists call them amateurs, the transit staff. So anyhow, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan. Right on time. Speaker number 13, Matthew Hay.
Good morning, Chair and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matthew. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I support Councillor Orr's motion to bring about a low-income transit pass. My reasons for supporting this motion are pretty straightforward. First, senior TransLink staff and the Mayor's Council already signaled support for the initiative in the June 2024 meeting. I actually believe Councillor Kirby-Young was in attendance at that meeting. Second, the 2019 Metro Vancouver Reduced Fare pilot was considered highly successful and improved the quality of life for its participants. Unfortunately, its successes were not moved forward and implemented, but we have an opportunity to start that process today. Third, we also have historic precedent for Vancouver's ability to achieve province-wide transit improvements when previous City Councillor Jean Swanson won free transit for kids under 12 across the whole province. Further, this will lead to numerous ancillary economic benefits from increased access to transit, reduced reliance on cars and the emissions they create, which also means lighter traffics for those who do use cars, decreased burden on our street infrastructure, and the benefits to individuals' health and quality of life as found in the 2019 pilot. Accessible and affordable transit improves the lives of everyone in our city, not just those who actively use the transit network. Lastly, many other Canadian cities already have a reduced fare transit pass. It's Vancouver that's behind the curve, and it's past time we catch up. The cost-benefit analysis is honestly so abundantly clear, I struggle to see how this council could reasonably oppose this motion. And respectfully, to ensure the work can actually begin expeditiously, reflective of the urgent need and the affordability crisis, I request Council support this motion as written or with additional clauses rather than potentially diluted via strike and replace amendments. Thank you for your time. Let's make transit better for all.
Thank you very much. Council, we'll hear 2 more speakers and then we'll break for lunch. I'm just noting that. So our next speaker will be Nav Sharma.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Nav Sharma. You've seen me before advocating for better transportation across Vancouver and Metro Vancouver. I'm in support of this motion. I'd like to share a story of my grandfather who qualifies for the BC Bus Pass program and also share some current concerns just so it's out there. My grandfather, he worked in government and he's very proficient at English. He can speak and write like government comms kind of level. He loves paperwork, but he applied for the BC Bus Pass program and it was a process for him. It was a challenge for him to apply. That being said, with that access, he is able to access transit and he's able to get around the city very easily. When we talk about the fare increase that TransLink is proposed for July 1st, 5% fare increase, we know that there's fare elasticity. When fares go up a certain percentage, that ridership goes down. With better service, this can be mitigated, so more people have better options for transit. We want to make sure that people are taking transit, not because transit's just available for them, but because it actually gets them where they need to go for work, school, medical appointments, and social. If we want transit to be good, we need to make sure it's funded. And right now, we still don't have a stable source of funding for transit. I wanted to share that the quote that you may have heard before: "A developed country is not where the poor have cars, but it is where the rich have access to public transportation and use it." Other systems, aside from the access to the low-income pass, need to change to make transportation in the city universally accessible to all. But I think that this is a very small, quick step that we can win today to make transit accessible for more people. We need this low-income pass today, but not forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last speaker before lunch, Dr. Devyani Singh by phone.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dr. Devyani Singh. I'm a climate scientist, a finance professional, and a renter in the city, and I'm speaking in strong support of this motion. Our transit system is in crisis. Just last week, TransLink workers voted 99% in favor of strike action. Fares go up again on Canada Day, another 5%, on top of last year's 4%. And a monthly pass from Surrey to Vancouver now costs over $200 a month, which can be 10% or more for a low-income worker's monthly budget. This council's response has been to do nothing while low-income riders are skipping job interviews and missing medical appointments, all because they can't afford bus fare. Your inaction is trapping people in a cycle of poverty. This is happening in a city that has the second highest per capita transit ridership in Canada. Yet, we are consistently failing at making it usable for the people who need it most. Calgary has a low-income pass for adults, so does Halifax, Winnipeg, Toronto, Ottawa, and Edmonton. So why doesn't Vancouver? I want to remind Council that last year's feasibility study showed that a $25 a month reduced fare pass for people making less than $40,000 a year demands only 0.04% of BC's provincial budget, and that's the high estimate. As a climate scientist, I know that we will not cut carbon emissions unless we give working people the means to use public transit. Reducing this financial barrier will save lives today and tomorrow. Motion 1 is simply asking you to think about the working people you have the responsibility to protect. Doing so will automatically protect the environment we all share. This feasibility study is a minimum viable ask, so please, I urge you all to vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to take our lunch break and we'll return at 1 o'clock to continue speakers and the rest of the member motions. Thank you, Council.
enter your access code followed by the number sign.
Hi, Tamara. Can you hear me? Hi, Tamara. Can you hear me? Hi, Tamara. Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me, Tamara?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect.
Awesome.
Yes, I can hear
Thank you so
you.
much.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
We have quorum. We're going to continue with motion number 1 with speaker number 16, Derek O'Keefe. Is Derek here? I don't see him in chambers. So, oh, he's on the line. Okay, great. Speaker number 16, Derek O'Keefe. Speaker Derek O'Keefe. Nope. Okay. Okay, Derek, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Hi, I'm calling. I'm a Vancouver resident, urging you to support this motion for a low-income transit pass. Expanding access to public transit is win-win-win public policy. I think this is really about who has the right to the city. On July 1st, fares will go up again to $3.50 for a one-zone ticket, but for a three-zone monthly pass, that is going to be now $211, up from $201. For a Vancouver resident who, say, works in Surrey, that would represent an annual cost just to get to and from work of $2,500. And for someone earning the $18 an hour, $18.25 minimum wage for 40 hours per week, that would represent over 6% of their annual income. This is a punitive mobility tax on the working class. A low-income pass for that worker would reduce their costs by over $2,000 per year, and for many others, this would make the difference between being able to buy groceries or not. So it's the bare minimum, and I actually think the low-income pass could be expanded. If we extended eligibility for the $25 a month pass to 13 to 18-year-olds who currently pay concession rates, which will go up to $67 a month as of July 1st, it would give the right to the city to kids from working class and poor families and save parents of teenagers in Vancouver, regardless of household income, many hundreds of dollars a year. It would also create lifelong transit users, which is what we're trying to do. The truth is we need to expand fare-free public transit because it supports the public good. Accessible and fast public transit makes life more affordable. It makes our lives better and more convenient while reducing pollution, and including pollution that accelerates global warming. For those who only drive, investing in public transit makes your life better too by reducing congestion. So it's win-win-win policy. We need to stop nickel and diming the working class, and we need to finally properly tax the ultra-wealthy so we can invest in vital public services like fast and free, or at least more affordable, public transit. This month, FIFA officials, media, and the fans who can afford a ticket will be descending on the city. As spelled out in the city's contract with FIFA, holders of FIFA accreditation passes will also have access to fare-free public transit to and from games and celebration venues. Unfortunately, this council shot down a fare-free bus pilot proposed earlier this year, but it turns out that FIFA may be running a sort of fare-free transit pilot this month. So the right to the city must include those whose exploited labor fuels the accumulation of vast fortunes in this wealthy city. So I urge you to support a low-income transit pass and to advocate to the province and TransLink to make the funding possible. This is the least you can do. Please pass this motion. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in today. Next speaker is speaker number 17, Helen Wilkes.
This is the least you can do. Please pass this motion. Thank you.
Hello, is there any way that I can speak?
Is this Helen?
Hello, yes. Hello, is there any way that I can speak?
Yes, Helen, can you just turn down?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, if I may speak.
Helen, we just need you to turn
Yes.
off your computer.
Thank you.
Or mute.
Oh, okay. Or leave the computer. Yes, absolutely. Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Helen.
All right. Although I am a strong supporter of public transit, I'm compelled to speak against the resolution in its present form. To associate public transit with the impoverished, with the great mass of our city's helpless and homeless, is the wrong way forward. TransLink should be the proud means of local travel for everyone who wishes to demonstrate awareness of climate change and its consequences. Being wealthy enough to drive a car should not be the measure of an enlightened citizen. I cringe when I see parents driving even their teenagers to school and fetching them later. I cringe again when I see people who can barely walk with the aid of a cane or other device emerge slowly from the driver's seat. And I think of how slowly their foot would reach the brake if a child were suddenly to chase a ball onto the street. I cannot but contrast this with what I've had the privilege of seeing in other countries where children under the age of 18 and all seniors travel free on public transit. I plead with you today to make transit the destination of those who care about their city and its air quality. To take TransLink should be a source of pride and not an admission that one has failed economically and has been unable to climb what is called the ladder of success. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our next speaker is speaker number 18, Michelle Scar.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle. I work at Movement Metro Vancouver Transit Riders, and we are in full support of this motion. I'm really, really proud of all the work that volunteers and staff have been putting in to this campaign for a low-income transit pass. We've had a couple media people here today. We've had a Vancouver Sun article that my colleague Amin was quoted in basically throughout the whole article, so it's fantastic. Please go give it a read. We've heard from, thank you, Councillor Orr, for putting it forward, by the way. We've heard from so many transit riders and so many people who are supporting this, people who are falling through the cracks and really need the help. And it's frankly embarrassing that Halifax, Edmonton, and Calgary have this low-income pass and we don't. Better transit benefits everyone, and this pass specifically will open up access to opportunity. A study out of Harvard showed that access to transit can lift people out of poverty. Youth unemployment in BC is the worst in Canada. And when students age out of concession fares or graduate into this terrible, terrible job market and lose their UPass, they're being hit really hard. And I know far too many overqualified young people who are really struggling. There are so many people who would benefit from this. There is widespread support, even from TransLink, and this motion costs the city nothing. We're not asking for that much from you. Please pass this motion today. It's really urgent. Fares are going up on July 1st, and we really need a low-income transit pass. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking today. Our next speaker is speaker number 19, Amy Gizlason. I'm not sure.
Speaker 19 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 20, Sam.
Hello.
Hi, Sam. Could you just state if you're a resident of Vancouver or not?
I am.
You are. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council. Good morning. My name is Sam. I'm a transit rider, and I am speaking in support of this motion. Funnily enough, Vancouver likes to toot its successes when other cities follow them, but we fall behind on one thing, and it is low-income transit. Literally everyone is doing it. Calgary is doing it. If Calgary is doing it, I think we should be doing it. When we have FIFA coming up and the city is spending millions and millions of dollars for this world event, I think we can spend just a little more and give low-income transit passes to those who need them. Councillors, I urge you to vote in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Speaker number 21, Lennox Johnston, you.
Hello?
Hi, Lennox. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you so much. My name is Lennox Johnston Yu. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am in support of this motion. I would like to, as my rationale, do some simple math with you. As we know, a 3-zone monthly transit pass for an adult in Vancouver currently costs $201.55. With the projected increase that would come this July, that would come up to $211.65. Now, I work a job part-time as my only source of income. I have been a university student for the past 4 years, some of which I worked this job during, and have just recently graduated, losing access to the U-Pass. I take public transit to this job every shift and back home afterwards, upwards of 3 times a week on a good week. Last month, I made $1,115.85. That means that the monthly 3-zone transit pass, which I require to get to my job, makes up 19% of my monthly income. My rent makes up 71% of my income. 19 plus 71 is 90. 90% of all the money I have goes only to continuing to not be unhoused. The other 10 I have for everything else. That is $111. I'm allotted less money per month to feed myself than I spend to take the train. I won't waste your time by talking about the current grocery prices, but I'm sure you're all well aware that $111 is pennies at the grocery store right now. I urge you for a moment to think about how much money you make monthly. Ballpark it if you aren't exactly sure. Now imagine if you couldn't use 90% of it. Imagine how small your life would be, how hard it would be to even feed yourself. This is the reality that me and dozens of my peers face every single day. We're not the nebulous masses. We are real people who live in Vancouver. If the low-income transit pass was made available to me, the 19% that the current monthly transit pass takes up from my income would drop to only 2.5%. The 90% of my income that I spend on just not sleeping outdoors would drop to 73.5%. The 10% of my income, that $111, becomes 26.5%, which is $295. That's money for groceries, for dentist appointments, for necessary medication, phone bills, birthday gifts, tips for the waiter, dinner for your friends. This city loses more money on paying and training new transit cops to enforce the ever-tightening rules than it would if I were able to pay $25 a month instead of $211. So even from a simple math point of view, TransLink and the city of Vancouver still saves more money if I'm allowed to live instead of just survive. That extra $180 a month that I would get to keep, that's life-saving money. Maybe not for you, but for a lot of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in today. Our next speaker is 22, Adam Hawk.
Speaker 22 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 23, Angela Dawson.
Hi, City Councils. I want to grab the motions for the transit and also the housing. Sometimes I fear that when I get on the bus, I'm going to be mocked by bus drivers saying, "Do you have the fare or anything like that?" Yes, I'm on a disability, but I just really, I don't know. I'm just stuck for words right now. I'm just, it's unfair. It's unfair for anybody, any child, any mother. It's unfair that the transit system that think they're working for themselves, but they're working for the public. And if people are disability or anything like that, running to the bus, but the bus people don't have time to wait for the average elderly person or somebody that's in the walker or anything like that. It's on the stop. It's got to go. They're running on their time, not on our time. Why is that? It's very hard. Rent's hard. I'm on a disability. It's very hard. BC housing has to change. The whole system has to change for anything to get going. If we're stuck on stop, everything, and we're going in reverse, we got to go forward. We can't go in reverse. Reverse gives you a nothing. That's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me.
Thanks very much. Thanks for waiting from this morning. Speaker number 24, Elise Gard.
Hello.
Go ahead, Elise.
Okay, so yeah, I'm a Vancouver resident and I support this motion. First, I do just want to thank everyone for listening to us speak. I'm so sorry. many of us on the phone. I would be there in person, but I'd actually rather not spend $6 on transit to and from City Hall, unfortunately. So thanks for listening to us all on the phone and accommodating all of those hiccups that we might be able to change if we got this motion passed. So not only do people like myself and so many others deserve to be able to afford transit in the city, but also because of, the people I know, the people I see, I know that so many people, if they could afford, they'd pay for their transit instead of skipping fares and still riding. So it seems to me like if we could get this motion passed, it would just be that more people would actually be paying, wherever this money ends up getting directed, we'd just have more people actually putting their money forward instead of riding without paying it. In my experience and what I see, it, doesn't necessarily mean more people paying less money, but it would actually just mean more people paying for the transit that they're already using. So it seems to me like this would be, a win-win for everyone. And I hope that all the councillors can seriously consider passing this motion, because it would be really amazing for so many of us in the city to just be able to, get around and actually experience the city in an affordable way. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much for calling in today. Speaker number 25, Angela Liu. Angela? Angela, can you hear us? Angela? Okay, we're going to pause there and go on to speaker number 26. Speaker number 26, Margie Sanderson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is this Angela or Margie?
This is Margie.
Margie, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Mayor and Council. I apologize for some frames in the background, but my name is Margie Sanderson. I'm the Director of Organizing at Vision Zero Vancouver. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling to support this motion. I wanted to speak to you yesterday at Council. Councillor Kirby Young was asking about how the city can reduce congestion and what can the city be doing to reduce traffic congestion for drivers. And making it easy for people to get around safely, affordably, comfortably via means other than a car is really vital to this. We know there's simply not enough space in the city for all of us to drive. We don't have the road space for it. So if you want to drive and you want less traffic, the quickest way to get us there is to get other people out of their cars voluntarily via programs exactly like this, making transit more affordable, making it easier for more people to make this choice more of the time. Right now, especially with fares rising, and especially if you're traveling with a group like you and your partner or family member, multiple adults, or teenage children, the costs can be pretty high and it's out of reach for some people. So I think that this motion is a very straightforward and small step to get us towards making transit more accessible for all, and I hope that council will support it. Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling in today. And just a note that Speaker 25 had withdrawn. So that brings us to the end of our speaker list. And I am going to just see hang on for one moment. Okay, Council, that brings us to the end of our speakers list. We're now, any discussion on the member motion? Council, if you do have comments. Oh, we're just going to Council, we're just going to see if there's any other speakers on the line who may have been missed earlier or in chambers. If you are here and you were on the list, please come forward to the podium. And if there's anyone online, we'll just check with the clerks. Speaker 9. Caitlin Stockwell. Okay, we'll start with Speaker 2, Prab Deol. Do we have Speaker 2?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. And I apologize so much for missing my time earlier. That's my bad. My name is Prabhi Deol. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm also a homeowner in Vancouver. I've lived here since 2015, and I am fully in support of a low-income transit pass for folks who are making less than $40,000 a year in this city. Through my work at Reframing South Vancouver at South Vancouver Neighborhood House before I was let go due to funding cuts, I found that so many folks who accessed our programs at the Neighborhood House were low-income earners. However, it wasn't because these folks weren't working hard. It's just that they were working many different gigs and trying to string together enough income to support their families, to support their parents, to support folks back home in their home countries, while still only making low incomes here in the city. And on top of all of that, they were most often accessing transit and paying full price to go to and fro from their jobs using the bus and the SkyTrain. And so, therefore, I truly believe that providing a low-income transit pass is so beneficial to people who are trying to just survive in the city and trying to economically ascend so that they can be more comfortable, so that they don't have to live paycheck to paycheck, so that they don't have to live precariously. Like, these are the folks who are cleaning our homes, they are serving us in restaurants, they are raising our children, they are building our developments. Like, these are the folks who do so much of the essential work that's required for the rest of us, especially for white-collar workers, to sit and think and do the larger planning work. And so it only makes sense that we provide a low-income transit pass so that they also can have an equal opportunity to make more money in the future and economically ascend. Yeah, and as well, like, when I was a student at UBC, like, it was so important for me to have access to a an accessible transit pass that's offered through the university. But then once I was out of university and then I was just trying to find a job, trying to get from here and there, and I didn't qualify for the U-Pass any longer, I really did struggle trying to move around the city paying regular rates. Even though I was someone who was university educated, I just was still in the process of, like, making a career.
I just have to interject. Thank you so much for calling, but that's your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story. Do we have speaker number 9 on the line now? Okay, Caitlin Stockwell, go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Caitlin Stockwell. I'm a Vancouver resident, a transit user, and I'm speaking in support of this motion to explore options and advocate for low-income transit pass for Vancouverites. Access to transit shouldn't be a luxury. It's how people get to work, access education, attend medical appointments, visit family, and participate in community life. No one should be denied transit because they can't afford it. However, despite being one of the most expensive cities to live in, Vancouver is the only major Canadian city without a discounted transit program for low-income youth and working-age adults. Cities like Kamloops, Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, Toronto, and Halifax offer discount pass for low-income residents. In Edmonton, the Ride Transit program is funded through a partnership between the City of Edmonton and the Government of Alberta and offers a reduced monthly pass starting at $35 to low-income residents. Vancouver has previous experience stepping up to the plate to address transit accessibility and inequities. In 2019, the city launched a one-year reduced fare transit pilot to provide free or discounted transit to up to 100 low-income residents. The pilot program was a success and showed an increase in use of transit by the participants and increased participants' quality of life. When transit is more affordable, more people use it. Increased ridership helps support the viability of our transit system and reduces emissions and congestion. It also helps clear the roads for people who do need cars and emergency vehicles. This is a timely motion because on July 1st, transit users will see a 5% fare hike. This will add approximately $120 per person each year for those purchasing transit passes. I encourage Council to support this motion and to advocate for affordable transit options for low-income residents in Vancouver and outside of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clerks, anyone else on the line that was on the list before?
No further callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. Council, we're now moving to debate. If you have any comments, please put yourselves on the queue. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Maloney, go ahead.
Thanks. I appreciate Councillor Orr bringing this forward, and I'll be voting in support. I was really moved by the stories of our public speakers, especially the young man that spends 90% of his income on housing and transit, leaving just over $100 a month for everything else. And that's the reality of a lot of people in our city. Transit users in Metro Vancouver need a low income transit pass before the 5% fare hike takes effect in July. And in our city, the gap between housing costs and incomes is so big that something has to give, and essentials like groceries and transport costs really put low income households under pressure. So I think that there's not much downside for us to supporting this, and I really hope that everyone on council will vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Montague, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Actually, Councillor Maloney just sort of, she used the word Metro Vancouver when she just spoke right now. So I've put forward an amendment that sort of addresses that.
I'm going to move you to an amendment queue. Just add yourself, please. There. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Montague.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the intent and the goal of the motion. I appreciate the speakers who called in, especially those who, I guess, mathematically walked us through the actual costs for people to use transit on a regular basis. I think, public transit is extremely important service for everyone in the city, and whether it's someone who uses it occasionally like myself or people who use it every day. And it's important, especially for low-income earners, to have affordable access. They use it to get to work, the grocery store, and they use it for medical appointments, etc. But I think we have to look at jurisdiction. What is our jurisdiction, and how TransLink is actually funded and operated here in Metro Vancouver. It's not run or funded by the core city of Vancouver. It's a regional service. And I think, I won't go on, but I think that the amendment makes adjustments to what I think is the reality of how TransLink is funded and operated.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Could I get a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Zhou. Councillor Kirby-Young to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Hopefully my voice will hold up for this. Yeah, I want to kind of address some of the comments because I've had the benefit of sitting around this chamber and then also at Mayor's Council for quite a large part of the term. And I can tell you that this is a very live conversation constantly about both the availability of transit service and the affordability of the transit service. And there is a sincere and real desire at TransLink to increase that. I can tell you that there's also a lot of frustration, particularly at TransLink around an underfunding of our transit system here regionally. And at both the provincial and the federal levels. I recall sitting down in a meeting with, one second, sorry, with the Pacific Caucus, when we pointed out how not only was Vancouver's share and our region's share of transit funding compared to other areas across the country smaller, but that it was actually, like proportionally, it was actually diminishing at a time when we have more people that are coming into the region and more folks that are needing service. The challenge is, I think, in some of the comparisons, is that it is a real affordability issue. It is the right advocacy. It is not the right chamber to fully take that on. I think we have to use our weight in bringing that forward, because a lot of the other cities that are referenced, they don't just run city operations, they also run transit operations regionally, just like some cities have jurisdiction over things like transit policing, et cetera. And Vancouver doesn't have that. We referenced how we've heard it in different public hearings and affordability issues, how people are traveling over multiple destinations or multiple cities in order to get to and from work, and where they're able to find somewhere to live. And so it's not just a City of Vancouver issue. People are crossing boundaries. So we do need a regional solution, but we need something that is not a pilot. We need a commitment to the affordability and the service. So I'm fully on board. That's not a pun, by the way, although I realize as it just came out. I'm fully on board with advocating for that and getting towards a real solution. But the City of Vancouver taking on something financially is not going to actually solve for the outcome that everybody wants, which is the ability for people to move seamlessly in our city and around our region at a cost that people can afford, and in terms of real service. TransLink has had to, it was by hook and by crook that we're on the precipice of almost cutting up to about $300 million in service and transit funding, until there was sort of an it was basically sort of a bit of a stare you down kind of situation between the Mayor's Council and the province. And that was a very real situation. And instead of closing the $600 million shortfall gap, we got 300. I'm kind of able to keep the wheels running and expand some bus service in the region, but there's not a lot left over. And so it is about actually getting serious around the affordability impact for people, the economic impact, the chance it gives people in terms of living, connecting with communities, and being able to get out in their communities, and for families and young people and everybody to be able to do things. But we all kind of need to put our shoulders to the wheel. Tinkering at this and saying that the City of Vancouver should take on a little bit of it here and there is honestly letting senior levels of government get away with not actually really tackling this issue. And so I think we should take the sort of combined commonality that we have around a shared vision for this and push forward for it on the affordability piece, because it's a very real challenge and it's very needed. But this is a preaching to the choir situation. What we actually need to do is convince the people that have the authority over the system and have the responsibility for funding it, so that we have a seamless service. So I think I just wanted to sort of provide some perspective there around directing this conversation appropriately where it needs to go. It's not dissimilar earlier to really the conversation around cooling rights and recognizing that the City of Vancouver can take action with a certain area, but the rest of it, we have to advocate vociferously the province, because there's some areas in which we simply do not have jurisdiction, and transit is one of them. So I'm game to get on board again. There it is again. Sorry, with advocating and trying to advance and move this forward. We've had conversations. Councillor Dominato and I were recently with Mayor Sim in Ottawa last week. We've been in Victoria, continue to advocate for this, and I think if Council sends a resounding signal, we should use our collective voices to try to actually move this discussion forward in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Orr to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the amendment and the collaborative nature of it in terms of, recognizing a jurisdiction. I did, most of the motion, definitely had that in there. And I did just use the pun on purpose. Hope we can all get on board with this to a media just now. And appreciate the sort of the questions around, the funding mechanisms that TransLink has struggled with. And, I think back to 1993 when the province had to chance to introduce a $75 vehicle levy for all new cars. And I think about how, world class our transit system could be. We could have, incredible, safe and accessible and affordable transit if we had done that. And then, of course, the referendum about a decade later, where we tried to add to the provincial sales tax to fund transit across Metro Vancouver. And of course, Vancouver said no to that, as we know. So, there's been a couple chances to do that, and so I appreciate the realities of that funding situation. And I definitely appreciate the sort of jurisdictional limits that Vancouver has, and that was the nature of what I was asking for. I was asking the province to expand the BC Bus Pass that right now is available to people with disabilities and seniors and people under 18, and that the spirit of that advocacy remains in this, and as well as the prescriptions for those earning less than $440,000 a year. So happy to support the amendment, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ord. I'm just going to advance myself in the queue and cede the chair to Councillor Kirby-Young. Just to offer brief comments is appreciate the spirit in which the motion is brought forward. And I think Councillor Kirby-Young made an important point that is a live discussion, particularly at the tables where the critical decision makers sit in terms of the Mayor's Council and TransLink, around making the service more affordable. I think the risk that we are and continue to face right now with particularly in the Lower Mainland with TransLink is a risk of reduced service or less service given the financial challenges, and certainly don't want to see that happen. And I think the other context piece that's important in all of this is that while there is some federal funding on the table, it needs to be matched by the province. It hasn't been matched up till now. So that's still a pressure point. And then the other piece is that the federal government cut $5 billion from the Canada Public Transit Fund. And we have been calling through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for that to be reversed, as well as through TransLink to have that funding restored. So we're seeing some complexity to this in terms of the funding and financing of public transit, but echo the comments that it's critical to individuals to be able to get to their jobs, to get to home, and for our local economy, but certainly want to see it as accessible as possible. But I appreciate as well Councillor Montague bringing that amendment forward so we can focus that discussion. With that, we'll move to the question on the amendment. If you could please vote online, and I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor as well?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And the amendment passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that. And then I think we'll need to move to vote on the amended motion. But before I go there, I'll just see if anyone wants to speak to the amended motion. And I do see people still in the queue. Councillor Montague.
Nothing extra. I'd just say that I appreciate council seeing this as a supportive and friendly amendment. That was the intent, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I did have a question for the mover of the original motion, through you, Chair, to Councillor Orr. I'm actually just because I really want this to succeed, and I've been looking at all the other fair fares and how low-income passes work, and I'm just curious if you could walk us through the rationale for $25 as opposed to, I mean, it looks like pretty much everybody except for Toronto does half, and then Calgary has a sliding scale. And I want this to succeed and not just be an arbitrary, like, do you know?
Go ahead, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, we did a sort of jurisdictional scan, looked at a bunch of different cities. I think Edmonton is 35. Thought about doing sliding scale as well, and discussed it with a few stakeholders, and we settled on 25 a month, just to reflect sort of the cost of living in Vancouver already being so high for so many people.
Okay.
Anything further, Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously this has been a long-standing conversation that hasn't gone anywhere, and I recognize that TransLink is struggling with their own funding model, and I want this to succeed. So I'm hopeful that this amended motion continues with the advocacy to deliver. I feel it does sort of take it out of our hands as a city to lean in and make a meaningful difference, but going with the will of the group here to get the other partners at the table and make this happen. And I do hope that does happen, because clearly, I mean, I think looking at our current structure, there is obviously no low income pass, and even the concession fare is only available to over 65 and under 18, which leaves a huge gap for folks who are at the median wage in the city of Vancouver, which obviously is already struggling to meet the various costs of living with affordability, housing costs, groceries, and transit on top of all that. It's clearly untenable. So this is overdue to really take an honest and serious look. And I would hope that we come up with a sensible solution that respects people's dignity when it comes to means testing and that kind of thing as well, because I think there's a lot to unpack in how we determine who a low income pass serves, and especially when we talk about folks who are in gig economy or maybe haven't been able to do their taxes for whatever reason. So those are all complicated pieces, but I hope in earnest that this work moves forward and actually delivers something of merit to folks who are struggling in our city. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Hang on, sorry. No, we've completed speakers now, so we're going to move to our vote on this matter. But appreciate you had the. We could take that question offline with you. Yeah, I just can't do it right now in this forum. With that, I'm going to call the vote. A reminder to those joining us online to please have your videos enabled. And again, calling the question on the amended motion.
And Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yes, you may, Mayor. And I will also take a vote assist in favor, please. Okay. Thank you, Council. That passes unanimously. And that completes our first motion. Thank you. And thank you for all of you who joined us today in person. I know you waited patiently, some of you. Okay, we are now moving to motion number 2, Pride in Vancouver, strengthening and celebrating the Vancouver Pride Festival. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Bly. Before we begin, does anyone have a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, hearing none. Councillor Bly, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm bringing forward this motion to provide a one-time grant of $75,000 to the Vancouver Pride Society to help address extraordinary financial pressures associated with delivering Pride events in 2026. Vancouver Pride is one of the largest and most important, among others, cultural events in our city. And I think as a council, we've been responsive in supporting all of those events that have come forward in a similar way. Pride itself brings together hundreds of thousands of visitors and residents, celebrates inclusion and diversity, and contributes significantly to Vancouver's social and economic vitality. And like many public events, Pride is facing rising costs related to safety, security, and event operations. And at the same time, organizers are navigating a more challenging sponsorship environment as major events, including FIFA World Cup, compete for space and corporate sponsorship dollars. So this year, Council's been asked to support a number of festivals, as I mentioned, and events facing similar financial pressures. Those requests highlight a broader reality that many of Vancouver's signature annual events are confronting increasing costs and growing uncertainty around sponsorship and revenue generation. So while this motion specifically focuses on the immediate needs of Vancouver Pride Society, it also recognizes the importance of protecting the long-term sustainability of major events that help define our city. And we've seen motions come forward from other colleagues around the table, Councillor Fry, I believe, and others, to really put a more strategic lens on that. But for now, these celebrations bring communities together, support local businesses, attract visitors, and contribute to Vancouver's identity as a vibrant and welcoming place. So this is a motion that's not intended to create ongoing funding commitment, but rather provide that one-time targeted support to ensure that Pride can put on an excellent event. So with that, that's my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was seconded. Thank you. So thank you, Council. We are now going to move to our public speakers. Just a reminder to state whether you're in support or opposition of the motion. And if you're not noted as a resident, I will ask about that. Our first speaker on the public body representatives list is Stephen Menon from the 2S LGBTQ plus advisory committee. Welcome. And you have 3 minutes to address council. Unless, are you a representative? So you'll have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Council.
You have 3 other people with you, or
just myself?
No. Okay, you have 3 minutes then.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to address Council today. My name is Stephen Menon. I use he, him pronouns. I am a resident of Vancouver and speaking in support of the motion. I joined Council today as a member and on behalf of the city's 2S LGBTQ Advisory Committee. The Board of Vancouver Pride met with our advisory committee in our last standing meeting to express challenges they are currently facing, in particular financial challenges, to be able to maintain the current scope of Pride, and with current financial pressures even facing reduction in scope of what is currently planned. The amount currently needed for the organization is stated at $75,000. A quote from a fellow committee member: my reading of this motion and the recommendations contained therein is that VPS special funding should be approved. Through my 15 years working in queer communities, including being a current member of the community board, Pride and queer nonprofit organizations across Canada are facing similar experiences and challenges. Global companies that have offices based in Canada are reducing their funding for DEI efforts across the board. In addition to that, Canadian companies are reducing their funding to areas and places where their brand or employee safety may be at risk. Vancouver Pride generates over $30 million in economic impact for the city. Toronto Pride generates over $300 million economic impact to the city of Toronto, and prides across the country generate over $1 billion in economic impact to the city. Beyond the money that Vancouver Pride provides to the city, it also is a marquee event to really showcase our inclusion as a city. Personally, I've had the opportunity of organizing, marching, walking, speaking, and dancing in over 10 prides across Canada. From Vancouver, Toronto to
my computer Outlook has
Just 1 moment.
slowed down, and it had the message.
Can we mute?
Yeah. I've experienced Pride from leading a bank's first donation to Pride Ottawa. I have walked with TD in Toronto Pride Parade and Vancouver Pride Parade. I have experienced World Pride Transform Toronto Pride. And I've also, when I first moved to Vancouver 10 years ago, organized the first human rights event, the Canadian International Council, for 3 years in Pride. So with that experience in mind, my call to action to the city of Vancouver and to Pride is that Pride should be a time of remembrance and mourning, a time for learning and relearning, a time for solidarity and bridge building, a time for dialogue, debate, and protest, a time to celebrate and find moments of joy. Pride in 2027 should be a statement to the world about what Vancouver represents. Thank you very much, and happy Pride Month.
Thank you very much for those remarks, and yes, happy Pride Month. Our next speaker is John Boychuk, Board Co-Chair, Vancouver Pride Society, and I understand, John, sorry, I made a mistake earlier, you are the representative speaker, joined by Sean Ewing, Joseph Huang, and Chris Boyd.
That's correct.
Right? Okay, fantastic. In that case, you have 5 minutes to address council, and I'll just confirm that Sean, Joseph, and Chris, that you're on the line. Just going to make sure. They're not, no, okay. So just with our procedure bylaw, you have 3 minutes just because the others are.
Understood.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you very much to Council for bringing this forward and considering for Vancouver Pride. It's been stated quite well by Stephen here that we are facing challenges. And I, as a resident of Vancouver, as a volunteer here in Vancouver, with an organization that's been around for 48 years, we didn't realize, or did we realize, that pride is still sitting on the edge. And that edge means that there are no guarantees. It's not a sure thing. When we lose funding from our sponsors because of clawbacks, those clawbacks represent a shove back in the closet idea. And that shove back in the closet is not what we're all about. We want to be out loud and proud. Hence this year's theme being unapologetically queer. What does that mean? That means coming out and really celebrating who you are, not having to apologize for who you are. But guess what happens when funds get cut? When we don't get that sponsorship? When we don't get it, it means fewer programs, less likelihood of individuals being able to participate in large-scale events. And those large-scale events are free for the public to be able to attend. So it's so important that that funding that is going to be considered, that is going to help out with things like the volunteers, with safety and security, with being able to ensure that we have an office that's able to be around to provide outreach and a source of safety, a hub for safety for individuals, that we're able to continue to do that. And it's so disheartening that we have to actually almost come with our hand out at a time when people are stepping up and saying, how can we help out? It's not happening. Changes around the world, changes within our own backyards are holding us back. And we want to ensure that every person has the opportunity to be themselves, to be able to celebrate. When we have 250,000 to 300,000 individuals take part in Pride celebrations during Pride Month here in Vancouver, it's because of the hard work done by volunteers and by a handful of staff members. As it was stated, the economic impact of $30 million, estimated just last year, $30 million. That benefits every small business, every mom and pop operation, even the large corporate stores. And then those who do support us, they see a bump in what they're receiving back because the community recognizes its partners and the community supports its partners. So, in so saying that, this city as a partner will have an excellent opportunity to show Vancouver that you're in it for the long haul to overcome whatever challenges that there may be. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Right on time. Thank you. Angela Dawson, speaker number 2. Welcome back.
It's not a time to go backwards, okay? We're not all fit in a closet. A woman says, if you want to be a woman, open up that door in your mind and explore opportunities. So I did that. I did that since I was a child. My father wanted me to be someone else I was. And I am who I am. I'm proud to play on my rollerblades. I'm proud to go into the march myself. Okay, I don't have to sign up. I don't have to sign up. Sign up for what? To be yourself? You shouldn't have to do that. You know, so please support us as a community instead of going backwards. Let's go forward, okay? Fuck what Trump says. Okay? It takes one person to rule the whole world? Now, come on. You gotta be a stupid politician to believe that. Okay? I've been running for mayor since 2018. I won't stop until I get my chair. Okay? We gotta have a breakthrough instead of going backwards. Some communities, we're 20, 30 years behind schedule. You know, like pride. I'm proud to be waking up and not putting on my skates or putting on my lipstick or putting my dress on. You know, be proud of yourself. So please, City Council, pass this motion because we need this motion. We need the funds. We need to support Roller Girl. We need to support our fellow mates here. Okay, to be proud and stand up and be proud to be City Council.
Thank
because,
you,
you know, I would love to be in your seat and pass all these motions that should be passed instead of stepped on and pushed in the closet. Thank you. That's my 2 minutes.
Thank you, Angela. I appreciate the passion. That brings us to the end of our speakers. We'll now move into debate and decision on this motion. Please put yourselves on the queue. Seeing no one on the queue.
Sorry, Chair, I'm just trying to get on the queue here.
Okay, yes, go ahead, Councillor Bly. Go ahead to close on your
Thanks
motion.
very much. Yeah, and I also just wanted to highlight, you know, we are in an interesting time, and we have received a number of requests for support. And so before I get to actually commenting on this motion, I want to highlight that another incredible event that we have in our city is Vancouver, is Carnival de Sol. We have received an email in advocacy through that organization, Paola, through Vancouver, about similar funding shortfall. And we knew that we would probably find ourselves in this situation, I would say, you know, early on in the year when a number of festivals and organizations were coming for support. And this is the last meeting we have before the middle of July, July 15th. And I wondered if, and I've chatted with some folks around about the support. And I think the support, you know, in terms of just one-on-one conversations could be there. So I'd like to propose a motion, an amendment to this motion, which is germane to the motion itself in the sense that it's supporting festivals. And so I have an amendment, if you wouldn't mind moving us to an amendment queue.
I will do that. So moving to amendment queue, Councillor Bly. I'll put you on there. And you'll circulate that motion or that amendment, sorry, so we can see it.
Yes, it has been circulated.
Okay.
It should just be coming in right now.
Okay, thank you. It's just coming in.
So I appreciate there's been a real collaborative effort across party lines, I'd say, to focus on some of these issues, and many, you know, a number of different motions, as I pointed out, to support. Vancouver Cultural and Business Society offers a tremendous offering in the summer, a number of different events. They have let us know that their $60,000 as a funding shortfall would make a significant difference to them being able to deliver Carnival de Sol, which is actually July 10th. And many of the vendors are asking for upfront payments. They're the sort of demand of that dynamic is increasing, and I think I mean I can feel the pressure through conversations with Vancouver and also the executive director that certainty up front changes the conversations entirely. So, you know, since we have all been supporting these motions up until now, and it's another significant event, I wonder if council would entertain offering this clarity to Vancouver now so that they can, like others, like Vancouver Pride Society and other events, have some certainty ahead of their event, which, as I say, is July 10th, and we don't meet again until July 15th, and give them some certainty of this funding. So I'll leave that there for council's consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Before I get a seconder, I'm going to move a 10-minute recess so I can consult with the clerks as to whether this would be in order in the context of the motion, the main motion was moved by yourself. So council will take a 10-minute recess until 10 after 2, and I'll consult with the clerks. Thank you.
plus advisory committee and on the board of community. And it just really speaks to the strong network of Vancouverites that care deeply about our city, that care deeply about creating safe and inclusive spaces in our city, and opportunities for the entire city to come together, visitors, residents, and share in what is always such a fun and joyous celebration. So again, just thanking them for their leadership, and all speakers that spoke to this motion passionately from a place of lived experience. So I just appreciate council's consideration of this motion, and hope that we will be able to support this today and move this forward for the benefit of the Pride Festival that happens on BC Day long weekend.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, very simply, I was just going to say happy Pride, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'll take us to a vote. For those of you joining us online, please have your videos enabled. I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Mr. Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor as well?
Yes, you may, Mayor.
Thank you.
And thank you, Council. That passes unanimously. Yes, happy Pride, everybody. Fantastic. Okay. That concludes motion number 2 on our agenda. Thanks for joining us in person. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. We are now moving to motion 3, protecting tenants at 75 East 8th Avenue through the Tenant Relocation and Protection Policy Review. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Again, checking to see if there's any conflicts of interest. Hearing none. Hang on, something to do with my script here. Committee members are reminded that the title of this motion refers to a property which is in the subject of a rezoning application that council referred to a public hearing at the council meeting of June 2nd, 2026. Council should not discuss or take into account any public comments in relation to this property when considering the member's motion, and should reserve all comment regarding this rezoning application to the public hearing. Speakers should refrain from discussing the rezoning of this property and should raise any comments about the rezoning of this property at the public hearing. With that clarification, the motion can now be introduced. Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you, Chair. Vancouver does have a tenant relocation and protection policy. Most people hear that and assume that it means tenants facing redevelopment will be protected. In many cases, that's true. The policy provides important safeguards, including compensation, relocation assistance, and the right of first refusal to return to a new building. But there are gaps, and when people fall through those gaps, the consequences are enormous. Behind every unit is a person. Many are longtime residents who have built their lives in their neighborhoods. They know their neighborhoods. They rely on nearby services, businesses, schools, healthcare providers, and community networks. When they lose their housing, they often lose much more than an address. What makes this particularly concerning is that Vancouver continues to face a severe rental housing crisis. Every rental unit matters. Every tenant matters. This motion doesn't seek to predetermine the outcome of the tenant relocation and protection policy review already underway. It simply asks staff to examine this gap and bring forward a recommendation on how it can be addressed. If we tell tenants they are protected, those protections should not disappear because of a technicality or a change in land use.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Fry. We'll now hear from registered speakers on this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I'll also ask speakers who have not noted when they register whether they are a Vancouver resident or not. Our first speaker is, Councillor Fry.
And so I'm just to refresh myself on the practice, because I understand that the naming is, as you mentioned, is complicated. And will we be going back after this amendment is, or after this motion is approved or whatever, and amend the title? In the past, it's how we've kind of approached these things.
Yes. Yes, in the past, we've had to pass the motion and then we've been able to amend the whereas clauses. And I'll check with the clerks as to whether we've been able to amend the title. Clerks, could you just comment on that point?
Yes, amendment of the title would be fine.
Okay, so it would have to be done after the vote of the motion, on the motion.
After the vote of the therefore be it resolved clauses, then the whereas clauses and the title could be amended. It's part of the whereas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Does that
perfect.
answer your question, Councillor
Yep,
Fry?
nope, that's great. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for that clarification. That's helpful. So with our registered speakers, our first speaker is Michael Cook. Do we have Michael Cook?
Hello.
Michael, go ahead.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cook. I'm a resident of Myron Manor at 75 East 8th Avenue with my wife and 2 children, and I am speaking on behalf of the Myron Manor Collective, which includes almost 40 members. We support the proposed motion, but I am here to argue that it does not go far enough in protecting our members nor other Vancouver renters who are facing displacement because of the predatory practices of real estate speculators. We request that the motion be strengthened with the following amendments. 1. Regarding the hotel development policy, section 3.2.2.1, which states applications for rezoning will be considered, quote, where no purpose-built rental residential housing will be displaced. This is an important common sense protection that is immediately nullified by subsection D, stating that protection applies citywide except, quote, in areas that have recently approved community plans. That is a very dangerous loophole created by an unelected planning department in a perfunctory 7-page document, which puts tens of thousands of tenants at risk. The motion should move to eliminate subsection D loophole, which subverts the very community plans it cites. 2. The motion should include stronger language preventing predatory real estate speculation. I won't speak to our specific speculator, but it should include language requiring council to prevent displacements for the purpose of increasing land values without building homes. 3. The motion should include language clarifying that the hotel room supply crisis does not exist. The current spike in hotel vacancies is widely evidenced in local and world news. Even if vacancies were limited, tourists looking for hotels is not a crisis. Citizens, permanent residents, immigrants, refugees, children, and First Nations elders displaced from their homes is a crisis. The motion should resolve City Council will not remedy macroeconomic constraints on tourism by destroying neighborhoods which are advertised to visitors for their vibrant diversity. For these reasons, the proposed motion is insufficient in its stated aim of protecting us and my children. The city can only protect us from displacement by not displacing us. If we lose our home, my wife and I may have to quit our jobs and leave the region with our 2 children. She's a chef and I teach metal fabrication at BCIT. Displacing my children is not good for the economy, despite real estate speculators' claims. Although this motion resolves to direct staff to recommend right of first refusal provisions for us, first refusal of what? A 300 square foot micro bachelor? It's ironic the council has a performative recognition of World Refugee Day while aggressively displacing so many of its own residents, including refugees. Ironic and shameful, in fact. Shame. Shame. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in this afternoon. Our next speaker is speaker number 2, Laura Stannard. Welcome, Laura.
Hi, good afternoon. Still Laura Stannard, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. And I also want to support the previous speaker's amendments, which I think are extremely important and need to be listened to. Perhaps if you hadn't closed the renter's office 3 years ago, you would have more understanding of the struggles of tenants and the loopholes that developers are now using to avoid incurring cost and responsibility for housing losses. One of the ways a developer can avoid TRPP is to submit an application for hotel development. Given the state of development construction, interest rates, and the fact that Vancouver is already on track to meet its hotel targets, developers could find it profitable to wait until the existing tenants have been evicted before submitting a new application for permanent housing or flipping the property now that it's vacant of tenants and the land value and status is more desirable. For most of my working life, I worked with people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. I would see tenants finally find a seemingly affordable rental only to lose it within months as a new landlord would proceed with renoviction plans. Those residents are not covered by TRPP. I urge you to support these motions, and I thank Councillor Orr for bringing them forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in today. Our next speaker is speaker number 3, Stephanie Allen by phone.
Good afternoon. I'm a consultant and small business owner in Vancouver. I've worked with City of Vancouver staff on tenant relocation at Rod and Lodge in my previous job at BC Housing. I've also helped nonprofit housing providers in developing more robust tenant relocation policies for projects that were receiving provincial funding. I'm really happy to support this motion and the amendments brought forward by the first speaker. When we think about tenants facing displacement without protections currently under the tenant relocation policy. When I did my master's research on civic-led community displacement under the urban renewal program of the late 50s to early 70s in Vancouver, I read many firsthand accounts of people who experienced significant trauma from being forced from their homes and communities. I also read the city's archive documents about how officials of that time felt about people who resided in the homes being cleared out for capital interest. Their legacies, along with their names and their choices at that time, are clear and documented in research like mine and works by others. Over and over, when examining these public records, it's evident that those in power, that their primary concerns were the interests of investors. Displaced communities full of hardworking people who just wanted a safe and secure home to raise their families and to stay in the communities they relied on were given no thought by those in power. The current policies represent progress from the days of urban renewal, where renters were not given a single consideration, then only owners were compensated. And, you know, anytime I've presented this research to audiences, usually we ask, have you ever lived in a home you've loved, and what did you love about it? And 10 times out of 10, people always say it's the people, it's the things that they got to do with their friends and family that really stand out. That's probably true for all of you who have lived in a place you've loved. And if you've ever had to leave that place, you know that that brings with it significant grief and negative impact. So when we're thinking about people being moved against their will to make way for more powerful interests that have had this historical support of politicians and bureaucracies, we know that nobody wants to experience this and nobody ever should. So I encourage council to be different than their predecessors and approve this motion to make sure that there are no exceptions in the application of the current policies and making sure that renters in Vancouver are protected from being displaced from their homes and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next speaker is speaker number 4, Rowan Rinaldi.
Hello. I am a VFX worker residing in Vancouver proper, and I just want to express my support for the motion as well as the amendments brought forth by the first speaker. I very much support those very good points made by them. I'll keep it very short and sweet of that. I do think that I think there should be a focus more on the people that live here as opposed to making a profit out of them, since I think that these people should have a place to live and have a community and not be forced out and potentially forced out of a province that or city that they've lived in their entire lives and raised their loved ones in and made a community. That's all I will say. I will also say that I hope that this motion gets passed. I think it would be quite good and helpful for people, especially many of those people who are facing rental insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our next speaker is speaker number 5, Stephen Bohos. And you do have, I have that noted here, so you do have a PowerPoint, so we'll make sure that's teed up for you. Just give the clerks a minute to, do we have that ready, the PowerPoint? Okay.
Okay, and thank you very much, Chair. My name's Stephen Bose. I'm a Vancouver resident and a renter, and I'd like to speak in strong support of this motion. And thank you, Councillor, for bringing it forward, and Councillor Fry for seconding it. It's much needed. The TRPP is very much insufficient. The renter's office was insufficient. And I'll have some examples here. So the first slide is of 2224 Alberta Street, a rental building, and this building was approved at a rezoning, which sees a change in use from commercial or to commercial and retail, and will not allow return of any renters. So this is a demo eviction. Next slide. This was approved. Also, it's a change in use to institutional uses at VGH Hospital Foundation. And it is also a demo eviction, and there weren't any additional supports for tenants. Next slide. This was a rezoning approved at council, and it's actually an interesting one because some of the tenants qualify to return, but some of them don't, because to return, you would have to qualify for social housing. And I think Councillor Fry brought this up during the public hearing at that time. And this is another example of insufficient protections. Next slide. Here, these are the Donnacona apartment buildings here, and that is at 124, 144 East 6. This is another demo eviction for hotel use. None of the tenants can return, and it's a prime example of large corporations buying land that has a residential building for the purpose of essentially building a hotel here, and that would result in the demo eviction of all the tenants without any additional supports. And I'll just point out that these large corporations can buy tons of land in an industrial area, but they choose to buy the lands that have mature rental buildings on them. Next slide. What council can do, I really support the amendments that brought forward, suggested by the first speaker. You could amend the Broadway plan, you could amend the ODP, and essentially one of the amendments that you can do is consider excluding rental sites for conversion to other uses. So if the site has a rental building on it, you can't make a hotel, you can't make an office or commercial space. It has to stay as residential. That way, lease tenants can return under the TRPP. Next slide. The city also has rental stock, such as the Mount Pleasant Community Center, and there are rental units there. And if there is a situation where renters are being demo evicted and they cannot return, can the city of Vancouver not provide the housing? Surely it can at the same rates or the same area, so that's possible. Next slide. And I will also mention a lot of tenants are being demo evicted. This was approved at the 14th of April on consent. Another item was also approved at 360. And these tenants need to be taken care of. So please protect tenants. I've been evicted myself, and there's so much more you can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for the presentation. Our next speaker, number 6, is withdrawn. And our final speaker, number 7, is Michelle Travis. We have Michelle on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Michelle.
Great. Yes, I'm a resident of Vancouver and also a representative of Unite Here, Local 40. We support the motion and also support the amendments raised by the first speaker. We do not want to see hotel development displace tenants in existing affordable housing, and it should not be allowed by the city. As we've said before many times, we don't believe Vancouver suffers from a hotel room crisis, but an affordability crisis and a severe lack of deeply affordable housing. We want to see the city do more to support tenants at risk of demo eviction, and we think more should be done here. So we support this and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments today. Okay, Council, that brings us to the end of our registered speakers. Yeah, it was, yeah. Just before we go into debate, I just wanted to clarify one point with respect to the question raised by Councillor Fry earlier about amending the title. The sequencing will be, we need to deal with the resolutions themselves, amended or not. We need to pass those. Not pass them, sorry, we have to amend them, just to be clear. we need to amend the resolutions. And then after that, we can amend the whereas clauses and the title or the title, depending on council's wishes. And then we would vote on all of that together. So hopefully that's clear. Any questions on that? Okay. So in that case, I will advance Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was reading the motion and I read it several times to try and I actually agree with the general aspects of it. I think there is a gap in the TRPP when it comes to this type of redevelopment. I really struggled with the wording with regards to the right of first refusal. The right of first refusal, I just don't, and I thought about trying to wordsmith it, trying to change the words. And I really have an issue trying to figure out how we actually give right of first refusal to where we're not building a residential building. I think that the resolutions have merit. That one piece I really struggle with. But I also think, and I know council has heard several times from staff recently that that they're aware of this issue. The motion itself talks about how there is currently work underway by staff to do a review, or they're in the midst of a review of the TRPP. So I've emailed in an amendment to actually refer this back to staff because I didn't know how to reword this right of first refusal, because I can't make it make sense to me when we're.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Do I have a seconder for the referral? Seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. I'm going to move us actually to an amendment queue in that case. I'm just actually going to, council, give me 2 minutes. I just have to consult with the clerks given the sequencing I gave you earlier. It didn't contemplate a referral in terms of dealing with the amended title. So, just Councillor Fry, just give me a moment. Thanks. Thank you. We have a referral motion on the floor. I'm going to advance Councillor Fry. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Well, Chair, actually, I was hoping if you would rule if this amendment's in order. I think under 87F, it's kind of dilatory and frivolous. The operative direction in this motion is, in fact, for this to go to staff and review as part of their TRPP review that is scheduled and report back. And I don't see how this amendment really changes the intention of the original motion.
Okay.
87F.
Okay, Councillor Fry, my initial instinct would be that it is in order. It is proper to be able to refer it to staff to be inclusion in the review that's underway. Otherwise, it would be redundant because they're already looking at this, and no one's calling it out of order in that context. But if you would like me to I'll consult the clerks, but that would be my initial ruling. Hang on. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thanks for everyone's patience here. I'm going to deal first with Councillor Fry's question as to whether the referral is in order. I have consulted with the clerks in law, and I do find it to be in order. It is referring to staff's existing review, whereas the motion is more prescriptive in direction. So that I would say that's the distinction here. So I do rule it in order. That being said, I know there is a desire to amend the title of the motion, and because a referral's been moved, what I have suggested is that Councillor Montague withdraw. I think it would actually be the easiest is if you withdraw the referral you made. And it hasn't been seconded, so you could just move a new referral that includes the change in title. Oh, it was seconded. Okay, so I'll need a motion to withdraw that referral, and then to resubmit a new referral where it includes a referral and changing the title of the motion. So can I get a motion to withdraw the... Councillor Montague, would you like to do that? To move a withdrawal?
Yes, I'll move a withdrawal of the referral for now.
Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. All in favor of the withdrawal? And that carries. Thank you. And now I'll give you a moment to resubmit that referral, which would include renaming the title of the motion. And then council can debate the merits of that.
Okay, stand by.
Clear as mud. Councillor Fry, you still have the queue though. Although we're going to move back to the main queue actually because we don't have any on the floor right now. So just, and Councillor Montague, you'll have to go on there as well for the referral.
1 second here.
I'll add you while we're... There we go.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Montague, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I've emailed in a new referral that includes a strike and replace the title as well. Should be coming through momentarily, I hope.
And I'll move you to an amendment queue. Thank you. We just clear that queue. We'll put Councillor Montague. There. Okay, so Councillor Montague circulated a referral motion. It'll be displayed on the screen. Could I get a seconder, please? Second by Councillor Joe. So Councillor, I'm going to read it aloud, or Councillor Montague, would you like to do that? Okay.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. So it's I've resubmitted, and it's the title be struck and replaced to protecting tenants through the tenant relocation or protection review policy review, which was a suggestion from Councillor Orr, and that council refer the motion to staff for information as part of their ongoing review. And as I mentioned earlier, we're all aware that staff is currently under review. I think that staff are well aware of this issue, but I think I can't wrap my head around just the one part of the motion that discusses the right of first refusal. I don't know how you get right of first refusal to a hotel or an office building. So I think that the motion will highlight to staff that council is aware of this problem, ensure that staff is aware of this problem, and that it be part of their ongoing review that they're undertaking right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. And so that has been seconded by Councillor Joe. Councillor Maloney, go ahead to the amendment.
Thanks. I'll be voting against this referral. I would have voted in favour of the original motion. Councillor Montague said that he thought about it and he couldn't work out how to remove the right of first refusal part of it. But it's actually incredibly simple to do that. What he could have done was deleted the words in Resolution Clause A, including the right of first refusal provisions. That would have removed it. There's no point referring this back to staff for information. Staff have already reviewed this motion and given feedback. They are informed. The point of this motion appears to be to direct staff to explore ways of taking into account the interests of tenants who aren't currently protected when a developer is proposing to build a hotel instead of a residential building. So to take action, to give direction to staff to find ways of protecting the interests of tenants. Unfortunately, this is not the first time a member of the majority on council has referred one of the opposition's member motions back to staff for information. And it just appears to be another technique to avoid clearly voting down the motion of an opposition member of council. And I absolutely do not support this. The original motion was good and could quite easily have been modified to remove the part that Councillor Montague says he was concerned with.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. I'm just going to add myself to the amendment queue, and I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Kirby-Young. Just in brief, I appreciate the discussion here. Maybe I'll address head on the comment from Councillor Maloney. If the desire was to vote this down, then I would vote it down if that was the case, but I actually see the merit in the motion. I think there's merit in the conversation. And having served on council last term and this term, I can tell you this has been a very active conversation around how we protect tenants, the risks of displacement, tenant relocation policy, and one of the things that we committed to is to have a review of that framework, and that work is underway. And a number of these considerations are already embedded in that review. And so I support the referral. I support the continuation of the work. I appreciate there's some unique circumstances in the case of some of the zoning in the city where there's existing housing that is actually on non-residential zoned properties. But I do want to reflect that I think collectively there is an interest in seeing a report back on this and how we can support tenants. So I just wanted to make that very clear. I'll advance Councillor Fry and then Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I don't support this referral, and I want to thank the Speaker, Stephen Bohus, for reminding us of the fact that this has come up at this council before. We've dealt with similar situations where there's no possible opportunity for right of first refusal because it's not being replaced with a residential property. And so staff have been aware of this issue. We were told then, as we're being told now, that it will be part of some future ongoing work plan. The reality is that we're still seeing applications coming forward that do not address displacement of tenants through the TRPP, that do not address this actual very specific example of right of first refusal, which is, frankly, something that was, and I realize some of the councillors weren't on council when we approved that Broadway plan originally, and we had the robust debates around TRPP and the importance of the right of first refusal in the Broadway plan. I think it's highly appropriate, this motion, that it gives that additional direction to address this very specific kind of context that we're seeing increasingly. And I feel referring this for information doesn't really give it the gravitas that it deserves. So I don't support this referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. I actually think this is really important, and I do fully support looking at opportunities for sort of a commensurate protection or support for tenants. It needs to be different, obviously, than right of first refusal, just because of the practicality. You're building an office building or something is industrial zoned or commercial and something's a non-conforming use. And sometimes until you see these examples, you don't, they're the ones that actually illuminate where you have a policy gap. I am fully confident that the work is happening and coming forward. And I actually, having voted to support the TRPP and the extended provisions, I'm fully confident in the intention here. So I think that it's a good conversation. I think that Councillor Orr has highlighted an issue. I think that some good examples have been raised. It provides some tangible situations for staff to kind of work through and look at and consider options, but those solutions also need to be workable in the terms that if they are crafted and put forward, that they will be accessible for tenants. So I actually think that there's a lot of goodwill around this one, and that there's some work to be done. I'm confident that staff will wrap it into the review, which has a very specific timeline on it. And I'm happy to kind of move forward on that basis because I think that's everybody's recognizes that we've got a gap and it makes sense to fill it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Montague. Oops, I lost you there. Back on.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Maloney. I'm not shy about voting no for motions I don't agree with. I'll say that very clearly. I do think there is merit in this motion, which is why I'm referring it. The work is being done by staff, and I think by referring it back to staff with the information that's in it, rather than removing that information, lets them just make sure that they realize that this is something that they need to include. I think they're already including it, but I'm not shy about voting no. I do think there's merit in this. Referring it to staff just ensures that that they get the information in the motion that's there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. With that, we'll call the vote. Those joining us online, please put your videos on to vote. I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor as well?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair. It's Councillor Meisner here. Could I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Chair, it's Councillor Klassen. Can I get a vote assist in favor, please? Thanks.
Yes, Councillor Klassen. Noted. Thank you. Thank you, Council. That passes with Councillor Fry, Councillor Orr, and Councillor Maloney in opposition. That concludes motion number 3. I am going to hand the chair to Councillor Kirby-Young so that I can make some introductory remarks for the next motion.
Great. Thanks, Councillor. Go ahead with your motion introduction when you're ready.
Thank you. So, Council, I'm pleased to introduce a motion entitled Advancing Means Prevention Fencing on the Granville Street Bridge. I think it goes without saying Granville Street Bridge has drawn much attention in terms of risk, particularly for individuals who may be struggling with a mental illness or mental health issues. And we did see a recent tragedy on the bridge. And while it was recommended probably a number of months ago now, that this not be included in our capital plan, upcoming 4-year capital plan, this motion does recommend inclusion of means prevention infrastructure on the Granville Street Bridge, that it be embedded in our 4-year capital plan, and that we seek out partners as well in that, recognizing that when it comes to the issue of mental health and mental illness, it is an issue that cuts across all levels of government. But just to underscore, in bringing forward this motion, it really recognizes the importance of this issue. I know that we have heard directly from Granville Island, we've heard from nearby residents and businesses about the impacts, but at the end of the day, we've also heard from families as well. And it's with that I bring forward the motion, is to look at how we might prioritize this infrastructure and to advance that work. So I'll leave my comments there. I know we have a handful of speakers who will speak in more detail to it. And that's, I'll conclude there.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. So moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Joe. We have 2 registered speakers for this item. And we'll go to our first speaker, which is Brandon Yao, who is here in person. Hi, Brandon. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Dr. Brandon Yao. I'm a medical health officer for Vancouver Coastal Health. Happy to be here to speak in support of this motion. I'd just like to begin by establishing the fact that these types of suicide deaths are preventable tragedies. As mentioned, they impact the individual involved, their loved ones, first responders, healthcare workers, bystanders, and really our community at large. Suicide prevention fencing, or means prevention, are an established evidence-based approach to preventing suicide. They're critical life-saving infrastructure for people experiencing momentary acute mental health crises. And we don't really have to look far to find evidence for their efficacy, although there is international evidence of their success. The City of Vancouver has demonstrated their leadership in this space by the installation of fencing on Ironworkers Memorial Bridge in 2015 and Burrard Bridge in 2017. Of note, there have been no suicide deaths on these bridges since the installation of this infrastructure. And Granville Bridge is a logical location for the installation of this infrastructure in Vancouver. Currently, Granville Bridge has the second highest number of suicide deaths of any Vancouver bridge, averaging around 2.6 deaths every year. And for individuals who do make it to the hospital, my Vancouver General Hospital Trauma Services colleagues are responsible for providing the immediate resuscitation, surgical intervention, and intensive care for those with often catastrophic injuries. Among those who survive, many face lifelong disability and significant long-term trauma as well. I'd like to note that my colleagues at the VJ Trauma Service has written a letter of support for this motion as well. I'd like to summarize by saying that the installation of fencing on Granville Bridge would be would save lives and would be a highly worthwhile investment. Our team at VCH looks forward to our continued collaboration with the City of Vancouver on this topic. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Our next public body speaker is Thomas Lancaster from Granville Island. Hi, Tom.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think maybe Stacey Ashton is the speaker ahead of me, but I might be wrong.
She signed up after you.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, Honorable Chair, members of council. My name is Tom Lancaster. I'm the director with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. I'm also the general manager of Granville Island. I know most of you, if not all of you, through happy times when we're celebrating arts and culture on the island. Amongst the millions of people who show up there every year, this is definitely a different topic. I'm also an extremely proud resident of Vancouver and representative of numerous organizations on Granville Island and around False Creek. But first, I would like to say thank you for standing in public office during these times when it isn't always easy to do so. I thank you also for taking on the job of difficult decision-making at a time when the world is becoming more and more complex. I'd also like to pass on a sincere thank you to Councillor Dominato for this motion, Stacey Ashton for her tireless advocacy to save people's lives, and to other members of this council who have either reached out to me personally or have been clearly on the record to prioritize the installation of means prevention fencing around Granville Bridge. We all know who you are, and thank you. I won't spend any more of my time speaking about the severe tragedy of human beings' loss of life, one of our fellow Vancouverites on the Granville Bridge, making their decision to take their own life in a time of extreme distress, as we all know, is preventable. I also won't repeat the trigger warnings of the word suicide. I can't talk about it, preventing it, without naming it as such. I'm assuming, though, that we are all on the same page. Any one of us would do whatever we could to save just one human life, let alone prevent needless deaths for decades into the future. Well, we all know this priority. Where it stands amongst other capital spending priorities may be a cause for debate. I do understand. Here is some perspective, though, that I hope may assist in this discussion around these priorities. As you all likely know, Granville Island is one of the most visited places in all of Canada. It is usually the first place that Vancouverites bring visiting guests. It is beloved and cherished by local folks. It is the heart of arts and culture in our city. Last year, we welcomed just under 11 million visitors to the island. Tens of thousands of people every day wandering our public spaces in and around and underneath the Granville Bridge. More than half of those visiting are children and families. There's also 3,100 people working full-time on Granville Island in our businesses, nonprofits, and theaters. Prioritizing committing the capital for this fencing is not about pulling on heartstrings. It is fundamentally an issue of public safety, supporting small business, protecting workers, and protecting the public, which is our public. I would just like to say there's a massive constituency of people who will look upon this council's commitment to means prevention infrastructure, specifically fencing on the bridge, with great support and gratitude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Tom. Next, we have Stacey Ashton. Hi, Stacey. Go ahead when you're ready. Thanks.
Thank you very much for Councillor Dominato for bringing forward this motion. I'm really happy to be able to speak to this and to have this in front of council again. I'm not happy about why, but I also know that the reality of suicide bridge barriers it's a hard one to grapple with. As the lead of the Crisis Center of BC, we work in suicide prevention every day, right? It's a very constant thing for us and for many people, and gladly so. Suicide is not something you think about every day. What we know from the front line is why barriers work. They work because when a person is experiencing a suicidal crisis, clear thinking is gone. The desire to escape that current situation is very much a pressure on the mind, and it overwhelms that hope for a better future. People talk about feeling like they are a burden. The world would be a better place without them. And when people come out of a suicidal crisis, they look back at those thoughts and they don't make any sense at all anymore because they weren't rational thoughts. They weren't real thoughts that made sense. And that's why these kinds of barriers at known suicide locations make a difference. They buy us time for this person to have their thoughts interrupted when they're not making any sense and then make a different decision. And what we know is that most people who make a suicide attempt do not go on to die by suicide. 90% of folks never attempt again. They go and find their happy lives. It matters. It means that these bridge barriers can be the difference between a life that ends and a life that continues. The barrier does not solve every pain in a person's life, obviously, but it can interrupt the moment when that pain becomes fatal. When we lose somebody from suicide, we lose the life that could have been. And this is what is so painful for survivors, is knowing that person every minute after that is not there for all of the events that happen and the life that comes after. The thought of if only there had been a way to stop them is a constant thought in your mind. And we know in the case of bridges that there was a way. The Granville Street Bridge is a location of concern. We acknowledge the need for barriers, and we've made that contingent on other governments, but we really just need to make it happen. The question before council isn't whether suicide prevention barriers are necessary. The question is whether we can treat them with the urgency that life-saving infrastructure deserves. And I'm so glad to see this motion come forward so we can move ahead with that.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate you speaking. Next speaker is Maria Weaver on the phone, I believe. We have Maria. Maria, it is your turn to speak. So if you can hear us, can you let us know, please?
Are you folks not able to hear me?
We can hear you now, so please go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Oh, so sorry about that.
No worries.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having me to speak today. My name
Maria, we just lost your sound again. Maybe having a sound issue. You were loud and clear, and now you've gone mute. Maria? Maybe what we'll do is we'll go to the next speaker, and then we'll try to circle back to Maria, see if we can work out that issue. So speaker number 3 is Emma Renault. You're in person. Hi, Emma. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma, and I'm only in the 9th grade at West Point Grade Academy, and I live next to the Granville Street Bridge, and I'm highly in favor of this motion. Today, I'm speaking not only for myself, but for families in my building, residents along Beach Crescent, people on Granville Island, and everyone who's been forced to witness these tragedies that happen on the bridge due to the absence of suicide barriers. This bridge has caused years of trauma for me, beginning when I was only 12 years old. I saw a man sitting on the edge of the bridge, moments away from ending his life. I stood there crying, later trying to understand what could bring someone to that point, with my mom struggling to explain it to me. No child should ever have to witness that, but it didn't end there. Over the years, I've watched people sit on that edge again and again. I've seen people jump, and I've seen a dead woman in my driveway. And on May 12th, I watched a woman hanging for the bridge. She was there for 8 hours. That night, I laid in my bed, trying to fall asleep as quickly as possible because I was terrified of hearing a body hit the floor. Those images don't leave you. They steal your sense of safety, and they change the way that you feel in your own home. I barely live with my blinds open anymore because I'm afraid of what I might see outside my window. And yet, despite years of warnings and preventable deaths and years of residents speaking up, suicide barriers continue to be ignored because of cost. So my question is, since when do we put a price tag on human life? Since when does money take precedence over saving lives? Because these barriers cut time for intervention and give people in crisis a chance to get home safely. They protect families from unimaginable loss, and every life saved means a family does not lose someone they love. They protect communities like mine. They protect residents, workers, and children from witnessing trauma that can stay with them forever. And I already know that they work. After suicide prevention barriers were installed in the Burrard Bridge, fatalities stopped. We have evidence. We know that these barriers save lives. So why does it come down to cost? Recently, I received a response from Prime Minister Mark Carney's office, informing me that my concerns have been forwarded to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Public Safety. Issues are being taken seriously and could receive federal support. But we need action, and immediate action. Every delay in the construction of these barriers means another opportunity for tragedy. Another life lost, another family shattered, and another young person forced to witness something they should never have to see. The question is no longer whether these barriers work or if they're needed. The question is, how many more people have to die before we decide that their lives are worth protecting? Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. That was very articulate. We appreciate your courage speaking to council. Thanks for being here. Okay, I'm going to circle back now and see if we have resolved a technical issue, if we have Maria Weaver on the line. Just a moment, everybody.
As speaker 2 has disconnected, unfortunately.
Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have Maria. Okay, so that concludes our speakers at this point. Council, is there any debate or decision? Before we go to a vote, any comments from council? Councilor Dominato. Can we advance Councilor Dominato, please? I shouldn't be on there. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And just a thank you to all of the speakers for coming in today and to share your perspectives, which I know comes from lived experience and professional experience in this space. And, you know, Emma, I was thinking, reflecting on your comments as a resident nearby. I also heard from one of the Strata presidents as well, who in the aftermath of the May suicide were asking, and this from their letter is, you know, how do we prevent them happening again, recognizing that there's the mental health, there's the impact on the victims, their families, but also public safety component, which Tom, you spoke to as well in terms of the hub Granville Island is for businesses, for residents, for visitors to our city. And it made me think about my first term on council when a woman contacted me. She was desperately looking for her ex-husband, who was remarried and the father of 2 young children. And she was going from homeless encampment to homeless encampment looking for him, but did firmly believe, because he was struggling with depression, that he had possibly taken his life off the Lionsgate Bridge, which had prompted me to write the Provincial Minister of Transportation advocating for greater sorts. I know there's phones on the Lionsgate Bridge, but means prevention fencing there, given the high level of incidents at that site. But we also know there's a risk at the Granville Street Bridge. And in closing, I wanted to reflect. I think we all know the complexity of mental health, and what we need is a continuum While means prevention fencing on Granville Street Bridge may prevent some deaths, we still also need a greater support system in terms of our healthcare system in addressing mental health, mental illness, and when people are struggling. And so there's a number of aspects to this, but one measure that we can look at that at least we know is a way of intervening and preventing loss of life is this as one option and one way to do that. And so I just wanted to reflect again, a thank you for all of you for speaking today in support, because it is it's an emotional issue. And I think we heard that from all of you. And I think that this is the right thing to do at the end of the day, is to advance this work. And I'll leave my comments there because I see some of my colleagues who want to jump on the queue. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. And if we can advance Councillor Fry, please.
Thank you to Councillor Dominato for bringing this forward. I'm sorry that yet again this had to be brought forward. It seems this is a perennial debate that we've had since the last term, and we've talked about this. We talked about this when we were improving the Granville Bridge originally and putting the new center lane and all the stuff. Yet we still come back and we never find the funding. And meanwhile, people's lives are lost and people are traumatized. And I was going to make some kind of joke about the fact that we hear from Tom and Stacy all the time on this, which is not a joke, but obviously we do hear from you guys often on this. But I want to commend Emma for the courage to speak for truth and reflect the reality that we read about in the paper. We hear about it from Tom, we hear about it from Stacy, but I think that you put another face on it that I think is an important reminder that this is real, and these are real people. These are real damages that are happening to a lot of people that are preventable, and that we do need to just put a little bit more effort into getting this done. And I hope that with Councillor Dominato's assertive ask to insert this into the capital plan, and what I hope to be support among council for this, that we will actually see some meaningful movement on this, and in mere weeks, when we get the recommendations back on the capital plan, that we will see something tangible to enact and move forward and actually put means prevention on the Granville Street Bridge. It's far overdue. Thank you, Councillor and speakers.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. And can we advance Councillor Bly, please?
Thank you very much. I think I'm up on the queue. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Chair. And echoing the recognition and thanks to the speakers who have both continued to advocate for this infrastructure, and also to new voices who have provided and shared their courageous perspectives on this, and I think it's shared widely across the board in terms of how important this infrastructure is in a city like Vancouver, in a harbor city where there are numerous bridges that are part of our core city infrastructure. I'm not going to say too much. I think that we all recognize the weight of this topic, and but I just want to highlight and agree with Councillor Fry and amendments and motions that have been brought forward, and including as recent as March, is that saying that this needs to be done. It needs to be done now. And I not only think it's our responsibility as a city because we wholly own this infrastructure, but to see it as infrastructure. This is part of building a bridge. This is part of maintaining a city infrastructure, and it has a purpose, of course, in terms of life saving, but so does many parts of the infrastructure. And so I just don't want to have us lose opportunity, given the investment in the Granville Bridge already. Waiting for the provincial and federal governments to come to the table on this. We own this bridge as a city. We have a moral imperative to protect our residents. from a public safety perspective. And we need to deliver this in the capital plan in July. And what that means is saying that this is a priority unequivocally. And so I'm looking at this motion, and thanks to Councillor Dominato for bringing it forward through the lens that what I read in that and hear from Councillor Dominato, and I hope to be the unanimous support across council, is that that this is a priority no matter what the federal and provincial government can do. We have an opportunity to prioritize this. And as I say, this is infrastructure, and we are responsible for infrastructure on a bridge that we own as a city. So I'm going to, of course, supporting it and look forward to seeing this identified as a key commitment and an expression of our values of a city when we are dealing with the capital plan in July. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask, seeing no one else in the queue, ask the clerks to take us to a vote.
Clerks, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Can I please get a vote in favor as well?
Chair, Councillor Meisner here. Can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yes, you can. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. It's Councillor Klassen. Chair would like to also get a vote assist in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Sure. And Chair, just to confirm, you heard my request. Is that correct?
Yes, I
Great,
did,
thank you.
Marison. We have you. Thank you. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. And that concludes motion number 4. I'll turn it back to Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And Council, we are going to take a 2-minute recess. We need to reconnect with us in order to enable further speakers this afternoon. So we'll come back at 3:15. Thank you.
Just loosen my
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter access code followed by the number sign.
Hi, Tamara. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to move on to our fourth motion. Or fifth motion. Oh, okay. We're not going to move on to the fifth motion. Do we have anybody online? Councillors Costa and Meisner, if you could put your cameras on so we can continue meeting.
Yes, hi. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay, Council, thanks for your patience. We're now on to motion 5. Is more than zero integrity and accountability for staff and department changes. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Are there any conflicts of interest to disclose? Hearing none. Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you, Chair. On February 25th, 2025, the mayor spoke about the importance of transparency. Thinks transparency is incredibly important and not something that should be feared. He continued on and mentioned how we cannot pick and choose when it comes to transparency and that we must support it everywhere. With that said, I called this motion more than zero because that's what this is really all about. The public deserves transparency. The public deserves more than zero information about what has been happening in the city. And the city's been making significant changes to how it operates. Position eliminated, layoffs, vacancy freezes, hours reduced, work contracted out, and that used to be done in-house. And a lot of this hasn't happened quietly, without explicit council direction, without public closure, and frankly, without us have clear picture and the full scope of it. I want to be fair. Budget pressure real. 2026 has been a tough year financially for the city, and nobody up here is running a city the size of Vancouver is simple. But here's the thing: we're an elected body.
Pretty good. Do you have 1 minute? Okay, so you
Councillor
sent
Orr,
me
just 1 minute. Mayor,
of,
can you please mute yourself, please?
We have an oversight responsibility, and right now I don't think we have the information we need to actually exercise that responsibility properly. Staff have been making consequential decisions about services, workers, about how the city functions day to day, and council hasn't had a comprehensive accounting of it. Neither has the public. People who work for the city deserve to know what happened to their colleagues. Residents deserve to know what services have cut or back or contracted out. And we as councillors deserve to be able to look at our constituents in the eye and explain what's been going on, not sit together from media accounts and rumors. So what I'm asking for is straightforward, a public report within 10 days laying out staffing and operational changes made since January 2024 that relates to budget targets. Positions eliminated, layoffs, vacancy freezes, reclassifications, contracting out, all of by the department with numbers, with dates, with the budget impact attached. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Maloney. We'll now hear from registered speakers for this item. Speakers, you're reminded to state whether you're in support or opposition, and also to speak once. Also, if it's not noted, I will ask if you're a resident of Vancouver or not. Our first speaker is Laura Stannard. Welcome back, Laura. You know the drill.
Yeah, I do. Thank you for having me. Still me, and I'm speaking, not surprisingly, in favor of this motion. I was one of 600 plus speakers who pleaded with you last November to not freeze my property tax. Our common sense questioned how services and staffing could not be affected by a property tax freeze. Recently, like this last week, I see my neighbors react with anger as promised sewer repairs on my street are delayed to, quote, unforeseen circumstances, quote. They all believe it's all a result of your populist zero means zero motion. My brother, a small business owner, cannot get sensible, direct, or timely answers from engineering and building permit staff. City demands for his permits make no sense to him, and he is certain they are just revenue grabs to make up for budget shortfalls. Reduction of lifeguards, surely the most stupid of policies on a coastal city. The delay of community center renovations, the late opening of school, all these and more are being blamed on the zero means zero policy. It doesn't matter if the blame is misplaced. Perception is everything. So it's time to come clean. Open the books, even by opening your minds and eyes to what you look like to people struggling to survive in a city that is now notorious for being for billionaires. I know I do myself and my cause no favor by sounding so angry and bitter. But when trust and transparency disappear in a city, people get so angry. When 600 plus people speaking against a controversial, very controversial motion are dismissed as a colossal waste of time, civic democracy has come to an end. That's my last for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Our speaker number 2 has withdrawn. We'll move to speaker number 3, Chloe Leslie.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks. My name is Chloe. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm here to speak in support of this motion because I believe that accountability begins with transparency. Over the past few years, Vancouver residents have been asked to accept significant budget decisions. At the same time, city staff have experienced layoffs, restructuring, and changes to service delivery. The public has not received a complete report of what has actually been cut, reduced, outsourced, or reorganized. This motion does not direct new cuts. It does not reverse previous decisions. It simply asks for facts. If positions have been eliminated, council should know where. If services have been paused or reduced, residents deserve to know which ones. If previously performed by city staff is now contracted out or replaced through automation, the public should be able to see both the costs and the consequences. Many affordability initiatives have been struck down by this council. We saw the strong social housing requirements in the downtown east side removed. We saw this council vote against a pilot for fare-free transit routes, and we saw the vote against restoring the city's living wage policy. Whether members agree or disagree with those decisions, residents deserve to understand the broader impacts these choices have on city services, workers, and communities. I believe good governance requires more than just approving a budget. It requires understanding the real-world consequences of that budget and being honest with the public about them. The information requested in this motion should already exist. Bringing it together in a public report is a reasonable and necessary step toward restoring trust and ensuring proper oversight. If we are confident in the decisions that have been made, then we should have no hesitation in disclosing them. Transparency is not something to fear. It is foundation of public accountability. I encourage council to support motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our speaker number 4 is Nathan Davidovich.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Nathan. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair and members of council. My name is Nathan Davidovich, and I'm speaking in support of the motion by Councillor Orr. I got involved in this controversy back in, I think it was December of 2024 and January 2025, when I suddenly found out that the 311 hours of service have been cut back. And there was no notice, there was no debate in council or anything, and I checked other cities across Canada. Of course, the Vancouver model is 311 is based on Toronto, and they have 24/7 service, and Montreal, of course, Calgary, Winnipeg, and suddenly we cut the hours of service by 25% without any report to council, without any debate or anything. And I was just wondering what's going on. Who is in charge of this city? And I spoke to City Hall Watch, and he wrote an article about that, because also TransLink cut the hours of bus information or transit information also about the same time. We used to have 24/7 transit information, but not anymore. And that's one item. And then I found out last month that the senior citizens planner at the city manager office left, to Richmond, and that's a cutback of service. I mean, the city has almost 20% senior citizens, and we need a senior planner to help us. So we have to get some of these positions back on and service to the public. Otherwise, it should be discussed in public and not behind closed doors. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, Nathan. Our next speaker is speaker 5, Matthew Hay. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am here speaking again today because I am angry. My name is Matthew. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I strongly support Councillor Orr's motion to uphold this council's values of transparency and accountability to the public. Last fall, this council saw historic opposition to council's direction to freeze property taxes. I was one of 600 opposed speakers and recall reading the results of the budget survey circulated the previous summer, where the majority of residents preferred an increase to maintain current service levels. I also recall Councillor Montague, without substantive merit, or to my knowledge, and apologies if incorrect, a formal training in statistics, casting doubt on the methodology of that survey. Zero means zero freezes property taxes, but leads to increased user fees, a fact. You cannot dispute the reality that user fees had to increase to make up for part of the lost revenue from property taxes. If you'd like, I invite you to dispute this claim directly once the speakers list has closed. This effectively wiped out any savings from the property tax freeze for homeowners and also ensured that non-homeowners are simply paying more. The mayor in this council talks a lot about the affordability crisis, and yet you have asked 55% of the residents of this city to pay more. Landlords are not freezing rent citywide in response to this change. The people have been speaking. 600 for the budget, 130 for the natural gas ban, twice, 100 for the DEOD rezoning. It is this majority council who have failed to listen. 1,000 people taking the time out of their day to use their voice. Talk about lived experience, Mayor Sim. As noted by Councillor Orr in a February 25th, 2025 meeting, the mayor stated, quote, "Transparency is incredibly important. This is something that shouldn't be feared. We talk about transparency all the time. If we support transparency, I think we support it everywhere. You can't pick and choose." And I agree with the mayor. In light of this statement, I look forward to seeing unanimous support for this motion. If opposed, what are you so afraid of? If zero means zero is such a success, surely this will only prove just how successful it's been. Back to basics. Back to community. Transparency is a basic guiding principle, and there can be no community without transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is speaker number 6, Tessa Rowland. Okay, she is withdrawn. Speaker number 7, Dr. Devyani Singh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dr. Devyani Singh. I'm a climate scientist and a renter in the city, and I'm here to speak strongly in favor of Motion 5. Good governance requires transparency. Right now, this council is making decisions behind closed doors that affect every Vancouverite without public disclosure and without a full accounting to the people who elected you. Motion 5 simply asks, show us your work. Because as it stands, these undemocratic decisions are being made under the guise of budget targets. You voted down cooling kits when we know we're expecting multiple heat waves and heat domes this summer. You decided to cut lifeguards at busy beaches during a FIFA event expecting many more tourists. And you cut the city's climate and sustainability department in the middle of a climate crisis. Meanwhile, Environment Canada has already forecast that 2026 could be the hottest year on record in BC. We know what a heat dome can do. In 2021, it killed 619 people in this province, 117 of them in this city. 98% of the deaths happened indoors. Most were renters living in old, unretrofitted buildings where tens of thousands of my neighbors live today. 5 years later, this council is setting us up for a repeat. You cut millions from the retrofit program that gave renters in older buildings actual physical cooling infrastructure that owners could afford to install. These cuts disproportionately affect renters and the working class. The public does not even know the full scope of what has been cut and who else may be affected. Councillor Orr speaks for Vancouver when he says, we want to know. We, the citizens of Vancouver, deserve to know the full nature of what has been cut, reduced, outsourced, or restructured, and why. I urge Council to vote yes on Motion 5. Bring the information into the light. Vote no, and we will know that there is something to hide. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in today. Our next speaker is speaker number 8, Den Haslip.
Hello. My name is Den Haslip. I've been an uninvited guest and resident of Hastings Sunrise neighborhood for the past 14 years. I'm calling today to speak in favor of this motion because I'm exhausted by the pattern of mishandling the future of this city at the behest of corporate interests and lack of transparency from our majority party elected council members. 7 months ago, I tuned in to watch as a staggering 631 speakers representing thousands of residents of Vancouver voiced strong opposition to a shocking and historically lean budget report. A chorus of homeowners repeated over and over again that they were very much in favor of paying an increase in property tax, as well as business owners, frontline workers, and union representatives who gave detailed thought and concerns about the ramifications these budget cuts or freezes would have on this city. But as we all know, our voices were dismissed and voted over in passing the budget unchanged. So I have to ask, what would the intended outcome of city council meetings be if a record number of residents, some of which representing vital professions that keep the city running, call in to voice opposition and concern about anything, let alone a yearly budget, and the majority of the council still votes it through? I'm tired of witnessing the repetitive and predictable 7-4 voting block of this council that continues to strike down motions put forward by the same few council members. Council members who are having to react quickly as information is given out, not with transparency, but slowly leaked out in crumbs. Vital and research-based motions around things like housing, harm reduction, and social programs, while our beaches go without lifeguards and cost of living support decrease in favor of an inflated and evidently unhelpful police budget. Speaking of rewarding council members who listen to their constituents, yesterday I saw the news that once again the majority of this council had voted to let the current mayor receive no sanctions for what the Integrity Commission has once again found to be misconduct against a fellow council member. Surely an indication the scales are well balanced with the best of intentions. I am sincerely wondering, what are you hoping to accomplish here? It cannot be to instill a sense of confidence in residents that our opinions matter in the slightest. How can we be assured that elected members cannot just conduct business that suits their interests at the extreme detriment to this city? I want to see accountability, I want democratic processes, and I want to see when the people of this city unite to demand better, that our elected officials are listening and not just counting down the minutes until they can clock out, turn off their background AI bot, and leave us in the dust. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Our next speaker is speaker number 9, Stephanie Allen.
Hi there. I'm a consultant and small business owner in Vancouver, and I support this motion. I encourage council to approve it with the goal of providing transparency to the public about the impacts of the zero means zero budget. It's really important for the public to understand how public policy is impacting them directly and indirectly. And it's just as important to honor the service and work of the people who lost their jobs to no fault of their own in order to make the zero means zero happen. We don't treat people this way. There are many outstanding questions that remain for taxpayers in Vancouver. Have positions been lost that might have been worth the tax increase to us? What city services have changed, modified, or been eliminated? How were decisions made? And can we have confidence that jobs were not cut out of a political motivation? Vancouver homeowners have a duty to contribute to civic infrastructure, services, and amenities. Taxes are not the enemy that they're made out to be by those who may have forgotten the important kindergarten lesson of sharing with our neighbors. Having worked with dozens of city employees over the years in my staff and executive roles at BC Housing, or when I was advocating for a community land trust, I met many dedicated, driven, and thoughtful frontline workers who took their responsibilities seriously and maintained a congenial, caring demeanor while navigating challenging work. COV staff who recently lost their jobs and those who are currently in their jobs anxious about whether they are next deserve to understand the full impact of what Zero Means Zero budget has had on their work and the communities they serve. And the public deserves a council who conducts their duties with accountability, transparency, and care. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in this afternoon. Our next speaker is speaker number 10, Amanda Thompson. Okay, not here. Speaker number 11, Adriana Cumming-Teicher. Also not here. Okay, Council, that concludes our speaker list for this item. We'll now move into debate and decision on motion number 5. If you have any comments, please add yourselves to the queue. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
I appreciate Councillor Orr bringing this motion forward. This I got to share with Councillor Orr earlier this year how unusual it was to have a budget presented with such a lean lack of detail, and how in the past we would receive volumes of material with detailed line item budgets and an understanding of where the money's being spent, where the money's coming from, where the money's going. It's important. It's important to our role as a matter of good governance to have that level of transparency. And it's important as a matter of accountability that the public know that we are doing our due diligence in the stewardship of where the money goes. And we weren't afforded that opportunity when we were presented with what was described as a notional budget at the time to vote on or not support, as the case may be. But we do still have that responsibility to the public to demonstrate how we are stewarding the funds of the city. And I think it is prudent to deliver on that commitment, that honor that we have, that responsibility that we have to the public, that we should be transparent and clear about how the money's being spent, where the fees are being accrued in order to offset the budget complications, and that's our job, and that is the responsibility that we have. So thank you, Councillor Orr, for bringing this forward, and to the speakers who spoke to this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Seeing no other councillors on the queue, we'll move to a vote.
Chair, this is Councillor Klassen. Please have a vote assist in opposition, please. Thanks.
Yes, noted, Councillor Clausen. I'll also take a vote assist in opposition, please.
And
Hi, Chair. Councillor Meisner. Oh, sorry, Mayor.
No, go ahead.
Councillor Meisner.
Vote assist in opposition, please.
Okay, in opposition. Thank you.
And can I please get a vote assist in opposition as well? It's Mayor Sim.
Yes, noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Council, that motion fails with myself, Councillor Kirby-Young, Mayor Sim, Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner, and Councillor Zhou in opposition. That concludes motion 5. We will.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? Oh, I thought I voted in.
No. Do you want a reconsideration?
Yeah, sorry. I mistakenly voted in opposition when I meant to vote in favor.
Okay. We can move. Someone move a reconsideration. Okay, it's moved. Oh, in the majority, right? Does somebody want to move a reconsideration? Councillor Zhou moved to reconsideration. Seconder? Seconded. All in favor? And that carries. I'm not sure. Those of you online, I don't know if you're voting.
Yep, aye.
Okay, I think that carries. We will now move. Sorry, was that Councillor Meisner? Did I hear you? So the vote was.
Sorry about that.
Were you in favor of the reconsideration?
I'm in favor of the reconsideration. Yes. Apologies.
Okay, so that passes. We will now vote again. So again, vote online. I will just. You don't need to tell me again. I heard Mayor Sim, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Clausen in opposition, and myself.
Correct.
Thank you. Let's just register those votes again. And again, that motion fails with myself, Councillor Kirby-Young, Mayor Sim, Councillor Montague, Klassen, Meisner, and Joe in opposition. Okay, that concludes motion 5. We will be moving to motion 6 momentarily. Just before we get into motion 6, I just want council to give this some thought. I think we'll see how we proceed here with our motion. We only have, I think we have one more motion left, which is motion 6, if I'm correct. And then we'll be moving into council. And I anticipate, even with the unfinished business, that we may be able to conclude before dinner time or around dinner time. So I'm just flagging that. I don't think we'll, but if that changes, I'll check in, but I think we'll be good. Motion 6, recognizing National Accessibility Week as an official City of Vancouver observance, to be moved and introduced by Councillor Maloney. Are there any conflicts of interest? Hearing none. Councillor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you. This week is National Accessibility Week. National Accessibility Week takes place every year starting on the last Sunday in May. It celebrates and promotes the valuable contributions and leadership of persons with disabilities in Canada, the work of allies, organisations and communities that are removing barriers, ongoing efforts to become a more accessible and disability inclusive Canada. This motion is a motion to direct staff to recognise National Accessibility Week as an official celebration and observance of the City of Vancouver starting this year, and to acknowledge this day with a proclamation, illumination and internal and external communications, as is customary for the city's official observances. Making National Accessibility Week an official city celebration is important to recognise and improve public awareness of the rights, needs and contributions of disabled people in our city. On May 14th, 2026, the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, whose mandate is to advise council and staff on advancing access and inclusion for persons with disabilities in the city, services and civic life, passed a motion recommending that Vancouver City Council formally recognise National Accessibility Week as one of the City of Vancouver's official observances. It aligns with the city's accessibility strategy and action plan, and the motion passed by the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee and encourages government and community efforts towards a more accessible and inclusive Vancouver for all residents. I really hope that Council votes unanimously in support of this motion, because the City of Vancouver is committed to advancing equity, accessibility, inclusion and belonging for all residents. It celebrates the leadership, achievements and contributions of persons with disabilities in our communities, workplaces and public life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. And this is seconded by Councillor Orr as a co-sponsored motion. We'll now hear from speakers. And our first speaker to this motion is John Irwin. Welcome back, John.
Well, thank you. Thank you,
Chair
Dominato, councillors and Mayor online. Good to see everybody. Yes, I'm speaking in full support of this motion. I had the honor to work with Margaret Burrell, who was the executive director of the Persons with Disabilities Society in BC. And I was reflecting back on when I first came to Vancouver and how our buses, remember our buses had those steps up, you know, and women with strollers had to fold their strollers and struggle up there. And one of my history, a part of my history in Edmonton was I was the liaison to the People with Disabilities committee there under a city councillor that we worked with at Edmonton City Hall. And we were talking to them about the idea of low floor buses, and they had just come in Edmonton, and they were so thrilled because they said, now we can move around the city like we never could before. They'd have to wait for a handy dart type system like we have here, and then they didn't. So I think we've made a lot of strides. But having said that, on my bicycle commute to Burnaby to work at a college I work at out there, I noticed that in Shaughnessy, there's still curb cuts that aren't there. And I know there's a lot of work to do. I know the city's hard to manage, but they're not there. And that's in a city that used to have two people in wheelchairs where you folks are sitting, right? Sam Sullivan and Tim Lewis. So we do have work to do still. Another thing I found out doing research for people with disabilities regarding transit is some systems in North America actually have symbols for routes, not just numbers. And the interesting thing about this is just like the low floor buses, which were great for me when I had my two twin boys in a stroller and I was getting them onto the bus, I could do that because it was a low floor bus and it was fully accessible. Just as with that, the symbol on the buses, and I know we had a whole go around about TransLink and who's got the authority, and I fully understand that, but I'm just underlying the idea of how helping people who have cognitive and physical disabilities helps us all, is really what I'm saying. Because these symbol buses, people can look at them, they see the symbol. I think they do this in San Francisco, and you can tell, oh yeah, that's the one that goes to the mission. Because you don't need to see the number, you see the symbol, and your mind goes, I know where I'm going. So yeah, I fully support the motion. I think it's time that we did this, and clearly the committee thinks it should happen as well. Thanks for your time. Take care.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Iona Bonamy by phone.
Go by Tosi Wang, which is my Chinese name. I am of this motion and want to thank the city's Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee for making the National Accessibility Week and Councillor Maloney for bringing it forward to Council. I've been an urban and transportation planner for nearly 20 years. Over this time, I've had the opportunity to engage with many accessibility, advisory, and advocacy groups, including the city's Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, to get their input on various projects. And through these meetings and discussions, I've gained a deeper understanding of the structural, physical, and attitudinal barriers people with accessibility needs constantly face that prevent them from being able to fully participate in their communities. That's why it's important for us to formally observe the National Accessibility Week, to raise public awareness and to encourage people to learn about different accessibility needs, including those that are visible and those that are invisible. Of course, it's also important to provide adequate resources to implement the accessibility strategy and action plan. So I hope Council will also place that higher on their priority list moving forward. As I understand it, due to the budget cuts, there have been fewer resources available. I'll end my remarks with something that an instructor of an accessibility course that I took years ago said and has remained with me to this day. While many of us may not have a disability today, that will not necessarily be the case over the course of our lives. Due to age or other factors, all of us have the potential to have accessibility challenges in the future. We're simply, as they said, temporarily able-bodied. With that, thank you for your time, and I hope you will approve this motion.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our last speaker for this item is speaker number 3, Sherry Brashears.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Sherry. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. So my name is Sherry Brashears. I'm a resident of Vancouver, an active member of the Inclusive Education Working Group with Vancouver DPAC, and a volunteer with Dyslexia BC. And today I'm speaking as an individual in support of this motion. This motion is an important step towards raising awareness about the barriers that people with disabilities face and also taking action to remove them. I want to acknowledge the important work already being done by the Accessibility Committee at the city. And this motion builds on that work. The Accessible BC Act defines disability as, quote, the inability to participate fully and equally in society as a result of the interaction of an impairment and a barrier. So what matters is not so much the diagnosis itself, but the barriers that people encounter. So, in other words, people are not excluded because of their impairment alone, but they're excluded because systems fail to consider their needs. When many people think of a disability, they usually picture something physical, but actually 70 to 80% of disabilities are invisible, and this includes such things as anxiety and other mental health challenges, autism, and dyslexia. So here's a couple of examples from members of the Dyslexia BC community of systemic barriers that they have faced in the past. In one case, a person with severe dyslexia was at a busy border crossing and became overwhelmed by the number of signs, and they accidentally entered the wrong line. And they realized their mistake, but the border agent was not sympathetic and proceeded to process them and ask questions about procedures that did not apply to them. And this left the person really confused and distressed. So this wasn't a failure on their part, it was a failure of design. In another case, a teen with dyslexia applied for a summer job. They asked if they could bring their parents to the interview and take notes for them. But the employer said, quote, "You're an adult. You need to act like an adult." This person ended up being hired, but they didn't receive a single shift all summer. So experiences like this happen every day, and these barriers are frequently rooted in assumptions about what people should be able to do, particularly when disabilities are invisible. So this is why this motion matters. Raising awareness is not just symbolic, it's essential for change to happen. Recognizing National Accessibility Week as an official observance signals that the city is committed to both awareness and action. And so it needs to be followed by meaningful steps to remove barriers for people with both visible and invisible disabilities. So I encourage Council to support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in today, Sherry. Okay, Council, that concludes our speakers to this motion. We'll move to debate and decision. Please put yourselves in the queue if you would like to offer your comments. Councillor Fry, oh, sorry, I lost Councillor Fry there. We'll add you back on. And can we? And we'll add, sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Orr back on. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Oh, that was most definitely a holdover, but I'm happy to support this motion.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief, but I'll say excellent motion, and I'm really grateful to the PDAC, the Persons with Disability Advisory Committee, for their ongoing work. They've been a really fantastic voice for the segment and for continuing to raise awareness. It fits beautifully with our commitment to being a very accessible city, and I'm delighted to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, likewise, happy to be co-sponsoring this with Councillor Maloney. And the timing is right, seeing as that it's National Accessibility Week. Yeah, very thankful to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee for passing this motion on May 14th. And I will say that official observances matter. They're not merely symbolic. I'm glad we're doing this, and I ask my colleagues to support. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. And I'm really pleased to be a council liaison along with Councillor Orr on PDAC. And we really should be investing more in making our cities accessible because it benefits disabled people and helps them participate in our city as much as they want to and conveniently. And but also because it benefits everyone, including parents with strollers, people with shopping carts, etc. And I know what it's like to live in a city where that's less accessible than our own city. I remember being the parent of very young children in Singapore and having a lot of trouble getting around with a stroller, and also it was a real shame to see so few wheelchair users out and about. A lot of the subway stations had escalators rather than lifts and other issues like that were being resolved, but really did create a barrier to disabled people participating in the city. It sounds as though we're going to get a a unanimous vote on this, and so I'm really very grateful and thrilled about that. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Council will move to a vote. Please vote online. Those of you online, please put your videos on. I will take a vote assist in favor, please.
Chair, it's Councillor Clausen. Can I get a vote in favor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor
Mayor Sim,
Meisner?
can I please get a vote assist in favor?
Yes. Mayor?
Thanks.
And
Hi, Chair. Thanks. Councillor Meisner, vote assist in favor, please.
Yes, noted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. That passes. Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Okay, with that, that completes motion 6. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Mayor, no, I'll be chairing this portion. Oh. Okay, so council, we're going to take a 2-minute recess. Can I adjourn this portion still? Yeah, so council, just noting that we will convene in council. I'll be chairing that portion with the recommendations from today and a couple of other items unfinished business from yesterday's public hearing. So no, we need to take a 2-minute recess. Patience, we will. Okay, council, we will look we don't have sufficient members at this time, so I need 8 members. So we'll see who we have online. So I have 1, 2, 6 of us in here.
Chair, I'm here as well.
I'm present.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner, if you could keep your videos enabled just for the next little bit as we move through the council portion following standing committee. I will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's standing committee on policy and strategic priorities. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Dominato in the chair, Mayor Sim.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Bly, on a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
I'm present.
Councillor Joe. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum, Chair Dominato.
Thank you, clerks. We need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations for reports 1 through 5 and council members' motions 1 through 6, and just noting that recommendations A to D in report 1 and recommendation A in motion 2 require 8 affirmative votes. So those have been moved. Seconder, Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Okay, that carries. I didn't hear any nays. Thank you. Moving on, we have one item of unfinished business on the agenda today, and that is the Vancouver ODP amendment and CD1 rezoning 1745 West 8th Avenue. At the public hearing on June 2nd, 2026, Council heard the staff presentation, asked questions of staff and the applicant, heard from the public, and closed the speakers list and receipt of public comments, and referred applicant and staff closing comments, further questions to staff, debate, and decision to this meeting as unfinished business. Council members who were absent for this item at the public hearing will need to confirm they reviewed the proceedings they missed and are therefore eligible to participate in debate and decision. Councillors Bly, Fry, and Maloney, and I, sorry, not I in this case, Councillors Bly, Fry, Maloney, and Mayor Sim were absent for this item. Councillor Bly has a leave of absence. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed the proceedings you missed, and will you be participating in debate and decision? Okay, noted. Councillor Maloney.
I have and I will.
Thank you. Mayor Sim.
I have and I will.
Thank you. Okay, do we have the applicant here or online, and do they have any closing comments? Okay.
You do, and we don't have any comments other than to thank council for considering this application.
Okay, thank you very much. Do staff have closing comments? There we go.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Chi Chan. I am the rezoning planner for this application. Staff would just like to make a few closing comments. We'd like to clarify some of the things which we heard from speakers last night. We heard concerns that the reduction in the amount of social housing, increase in strata units, and the increase in height and density between the original and the revised application was not commensurate with an increase in public benefits. As noted in the staff report, the original application's childcare spaces did not meet the minimum size requirements for a 37-space childcare, nor provide a sufficiently large privately owned outdoor space as determined by the plan. Staff then worked with the applicant to revise the application to provide both the larger outdoor and indoor childcare spaces sufficient to meet requirements, as well as a larger privately owned public space that's more than twice as large as the originally proposed space. These space increases necessitated moving around some of the density towards a taller tower and adjusting the social housing amount to 17.9% to support the delivery of all of the in-kind public benefits. The site is one of the few large parcels in the Broadway plan area that allowed for flexibility to consider slightly taller buildings that still achieve the plan's form of development intent. It balances, the revised application balances some of that additional height to allow for the delivery of the significant in-kind turnkey facilities to the city that would not typically be the case on smaller sites. Together with the DCLs in public art, the public benefits are valued at approximately $70 million. Real estate staff have reviewed the revised developments pro forma and concluded that the total CAC value offered is appropriate. Staff overall feels strongly that the public benefit offering is robust and this project is highly aligned with the ambitions of the Broadway plan. And just as a reminder, there is a yellow memo attached to this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does council have any final questions for staff, noting no additional questions can be made to the applicant? So just to staff at this time. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
So just one quick point of clarification to staff, if I could, and that was when we heard consistently from speakers that it was below the social housing, which is 98 units, was below the 20%, and you referenced 17.9. Just for absolute clarity, that's because of the overall public benefits package, which also includes the POPs and the childcare?
That's correct.
Okay.
The applicant needed to balance the cost of delivering all of those public amenities, and one of the slight relaxations was a slight decrease in the social housing percentage.
Okay. And when we heard feedback, people were saying they needed social housing. This is 98 turnkey social housing units turned over to the city.
That's correct.
And a 37 space childcare also turned over to the city.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Maloney.
Just briefly, for the benefit of any of the public speakers who might have be listening in now, I noticed that most of the public speakers were really concerned about there not being enough affordable housing in the city, which is a concern that obviously I'm completely I completely agree with. There isn't enough affordable housing in the city. What is the city doing to improve the amount of affordable housing, and what's out of our control, and what's the responsibility of the province and the federal government? I know that's a big question. Maybe just answer it in 1 minute.
Certainly in this particular example, I want to highlight for council that this in-kind delivery we don't see a lot of in-kind delivery. So the delivery of actual social housing rather than just taking in money is a very good asset for the city. The city does intend to take it on and run it either itself or through a nonprofit operator. And while the requirement is that 30% of the units are at hills or below, or at least at the hills rates, it doesn't stop the city from the 70% also trying to find ways to make that less than market. The other thing, of course, for the other levels of government, funding from the other levels of government, from the province and the federal government, is always desirable and always sought to deepen the affordability of all our social housing for not just city providers, but for nonprofit providers in the metro area.
Great. You did a great job of making that a short answer. That's all from me.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Just a reminder, the council needs to move the recommendation for unfinished business item number 1 together with the yellow memo dated May 29th, 2026, entitled Vancouver ODP Amendment and CD1 Rezoning 1745 West 8th Avenue, Council Considerations when amending an ODP. Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Zhou. Any discussion? Councillor Maloney, is that a holdover? Yes, there does. I'll clear the queue.
Want to just make a quick comment?
It's been moved and okay, go ahead. It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. This development has no displacement of existing tenants. It has a 37-place childcare centre to be handed over to the city, which is really rare. Parents in our city are desperate for more childcare places, and turnkey childcare facilities handed over to the city as part of new developments is the principal way of us getting more childcare places. This development will provide over 500 new homes, 441 strata titled units, plus 98 in-kind social housing units. The development's close to transit and cycling routes and close to downtown. So on balance, and also acknowledging the public speakers, a lot of whom live far away from, maybe I'm thinking of the other public hearing. We had a lot of public speakers last night talking about the challenges of housing affordability, which are real and need to be addressed. However, this development, I think, is going to be of great benefit to the city, and I really hope that it goes ahead as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'll take us to a vote. Please vote online. I will take a vote assist in favor, please, clerks. And for anyone online, please have your video enabled.
It's Mayor Sim. Can I please get a vote assist in favor?
Yes, you may. Noted.
Thank you.
Chair, it's Councillor Meisner. Vote assist in favor, please.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meisner, in favor. And the mayor in favor. Yep. Thank you, Council. That application passes. And that concludes our unfinished business. Thank you. We are going to move into, and thank you, staff, for coming back on this item. We are going to move, sorry. Okay, Council, we're going to move into urgent business. Are there any items of urgent business? I'm going to advance Councillor Montague. Go ahead, Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks. I circulated a motion. I've been advised by staff that yesterday's council meeting contained an error. Bylaw 11 was approved. However, it was subject to prior approval of Report 10, which was referred to the reconvening council date on June 9th. So as a result, I'm moving this urgent business motion to pass a bylaw to reverse the changes made in Bylaw 11.
Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? And just for any councillors just looking at this now, that this is being brought forward. Obviously, Councillor Montague is moving it, but staff have raised this as an error that took place yesterday. So it is it's just administrative in nature. Okay, I'll take this to a vote. We're going to just do a simple show of hands. And to those of you online, if you do a show of hands, I just can't see you. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you, Council. Motion. Oh, yep.
Sir.
Oh, we've got bylaws. So no further urgent business.
No, Sir Chair, can you add me to the list? Urgent business?
Yes. Yes, we will right now.
I did circulate something with the clerks. I need a leave of absence July 21st all day for personal reasons.
Okay, can we just add the mayor? Is it just, if we have the LOA, I'm just happy to deal with it now. Yeah. So, Mayor, we're just going to add you to the queue. And sorry, could you just speak? Oops, I just lost you there. There you go. Just, could you speak to your amendment?
Yeah, I circulated it with the clerks. July 21st all day for personal reasons.
Okay. And that's the motion? Can I get a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Cho. All in favor of that LOA?
All from Sarah.
That carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes urgent business. We are now going to move to bylaws. We have 2 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin, are there any conflicts of interest on these bylaws? Okay, hearing none, would someone like to move a motion to adopt bylaws 1 and 2? Moved, seconded. All those in favor? I'm just checking. Sorry, I've got councillors online. If you're voting, make sure your videos are enabled, and clerks, I'll make sure you can see hands. So I'll show of hands again on bylaws 1 and 2. All in favor? Can you let me know if those online voted? Okay, and that carries. The approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Moved, seconded. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you, council. Thank you to those of you online. Thank you, clerks and staff. Have a great rest of the week.
Thank you, everyone.
And safe travels, colleagues who are traveling. Not going.